setting up a schedule for you to be on again, because I definitely want to.
We do whatever it takes, and I never could have imagined I would travel.
If you're down for that though,
you'll know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood. Oh no, hold up. Must be playing. They the racist land invading mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the niggas who took time to share the stories I can't put into words, which y'all have really done for me. And look,
do you usually use Discord? Like, can I message you openly on Discord?
Motivating me to stay brave, like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who will
for sure. Yeah, you know. If you don't respawn, I know where to go. You're probably screwed, so I'll hop on there.
You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If some dude tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous land defense worldwide, native lives demonstrating excellence. Born to ride, born to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance.
Oh yeah, like you were online today.
I had to examine every word that I wrote.
Well, yeah, we'll figure it out.
Standing to speak, cause I'm coming from the struggle.
Yeah, right now my brain's pretty
so I had to make sure that I was coming correct.
So I'll go to bed, but hey, it's really nice to meet you.
If you want to build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve short, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time.
Even tonight I'm gonna be really thinking of falling in bed.
No.
Yeah, true. Well, welcome to my life.
Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y el país prendo fuego. Nothing for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land. Screaming for the police.
Good
We
night,
don't beg our
man.
oppressor. We hold court in the street.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only
You too,
way
good
we
night.
live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's piss. But when you good on that shit, you learn to tell them like this. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound. Bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Me das flashbacks de mis tíos, borrachos growing up who only showed their soul and faces when they needed a buck. They'd get into the cases and then my mom would be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights. And that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You're not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for a whole other song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, trying to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking reckless, you could never kill my spirit. You should just call me Deadlift. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, trying to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking reckless, you could never kill my spirit. You could just call me Deathless. That's it.
Alex Ryder,
2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come.
Hey everybody, I'm back. So far the problem seems to have been fixed.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Ugh. I get so frustrated with my old poor person computer. It just drives me insane. And come on. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Spin around. It goes like this. Okay, we need to do that. Are you going to stream tonight, or are you shutting it down and restarting another time? No, I'm gonna stream, Hilda. I'm streaming. I'm streaming. I just had to restart my computer because apparently it wanted to give me a hard time. For some dumb reason. Yeah. It like started freezing up on me and shit. And then cut me off of the mic on Discord. So hey, Hildy, are you on your computer? Can you do me a favor? Please, dear? Are you in Central Committee's channel right now? Can you see if you can contact Tail of... Oh no, wait. They just went offline. Shitty. Never mind. That's so unfair. No. It's okay, Hildy. They went offline. And I wish they didn't. No, I was gonna try and talk. I was gonna try and see about getting us a very special guest on tonight. But apparently they went offline. Dang. Oh well. Let's see. So anyways, how's everyone doing? Okay, pizza. Not a problem. Hello, Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth. You're the young one that I was talking with last night, right? Sweet. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you. I'm kind of half trying to see if I can get us a special guest tonight. If they're down for it. If they are, you all are in for a treat. Apparently they might not be able to make it tonight. But they'll let me know in about an hour. Okay. Who else could we possibly bring forth? Hey, who was talking about Zots? Hildy, can you find me the link to Zots, please? For Twitch? If it's not too much trouble. Yes, yes. Thank you, pizza. Thank you. Let us go see. I'm hearing a lot about this man. And am I... Okay, I'm following him. Oh. Okay. I've never seen this guy.
Woman. You have reminded me the Kids Bop Kids Living on a Prayer from the 80s Gold album, which I've just put on. Thank you for that reminder.
Jesus Christ!
Completely forgot that was an option. That was a bad one. It's weird. They've got 80s pop and they've got 80s gold, and those are two separate albums. There's like 4 80s albums.
I
want Kids Bop Monster Ballads. That's what I'm looking for here.
All right, so Breadbeard has a specific request. Kids Bop 27. All about that bass going to 125.
Yeah,
Are y'all okay with that?
That's
Fuck it.
yeah, that's okay. That sounds bad already, but
Oh, it's gonna be bad. Yeah, let's go. Okay. All right. Oh no.
this was the EJ series.
Mm-hmm.
This song is from the probably the best period of Kids Bop.
Mm-hmm.
This is the golden age.
I think it's about to get really creepy though. Yeah, the autotune really does help. Because we need some lead up. We need some lead up, Redbeard.
Hold on. Okay, this is awful. But
No,
for a
We
second.
just got to the spot.
Okay. I'm bringing what back? I'm bringing what back? Hold on.
Excuse me?
Kala.
It'll back?
It'll back?
It sounded like something else.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's all back?
There's stream content.
What the
You
fuck
think
is
another
It'll?
streamer.
What the fuck is It'll? I'm bringing
it all back.
I would have loved it if they
It's
just would have said,
all
like,
back.
I'm bringing Nickel back.
It's all back.
Breadbeard's like, they said anal.
I'm bringing anal back? No, Breadbeard! These are children!
These
Yeah,
are fucking children.
These are.
Oh, God. This is hell. We live in hell.
Okay.
Yet again, if it's the kids' fault,
Let us, yeah. Let's see, let's see. What are we going to look at today, this evening, as we're still here? Let us see. Let's see what I can find. So what does it tell me is trending? Oh God. Yeah, I don't know why I looked at that. Oh wait, here's something.
Yeah. Seventh generation. Seven generation. Yeah. Putting on for my neighbors.
Drunken Indian time, that so-called period of time where the drunken Indian, where that image and that stereotypical thing came. But this is the Indian that saved us. Because this is the Indian that said, I can't be who I am, and I'm not going to be who you tell me to be, so I'll just be nothing. I'll be something else. I'll just do my time and get through it. I'll erase the pain and I'll just do what I have to get through it. But I will not become you.
Freedom natives, freedom savage. Freedom warriors with all the men. Some are thirsty and some are rowdy. Special streets, blood, traditions code. Freedom natives that were grown up out the pavement. Freedom natives that were grown up out the pavement. Freedom natives that were grown up out the pavement. Freedom natives that were grown up out the pavement.
They say I died broke, so I made $1 million. Spent about 23, cause money ain't nada, nothing. So pussy boy, you better quit your damn frontin'. No one cares about the watch on your wrist. Yeah, all we care about is who gon' raise a kid, who gon' clean the water and save all the trees. The revival is upon us, me my motherfucking G's. The lions and the bears go gon' stand for the people. All the stars in the sky gon' take down the zero. Old Donald Trump can't suck upon these. Dirty little rat, you belong on your knees. In your presence see no color, religion on me. We better fix this, man, cause the world about to break. Let's start right now by raising our kids. Lead by example, yeah, show them how to live.
We them natives, we them savages. We them warriors with all the men. Some are thirsty and some are ballin'. Special streets, blood, traditions callin'. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. Red roses from concrete, means and true Dell. Belcourt and Peltier, Dennis Banks so aim well. Spitting that native tongue, TMG in them shred streets. So where the fuck are my ninjas at on them corner blocks and them residents? Smoking that H, team is on base, going unleashed. One thing you never do, look at me like I'm a thief. You walking on stolen land, killing the Indian, saving the man. I know what y'all was trying to do, we seen your evil plan. But the creator creating these warriors, the warriors will rise again. Savage generations again of the urban native man. Saving the lost ones, telling the stories of the old ones. Traditions alive, that's where we come from. Many have died, it's deeper than blood runs. Heroes and blood guns, streets and drug runs. Everything under the family, even the great one. Because the people come first, raising the great son. We them natives, we them savages. We them warriors with all the men. Some are thirsty and some are ballin'. Special streets, blood, traditions callin'. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement. We them natives that were grown up out the pavement.
Hey, Underground, how you doing? Hopefully everything's good. Missed ya? Let's see. Night. That'll be good. Yeah, if y'all haven't found it or followed Underground yet, please follow Underground. She's really a cool streamer. She does really good stuff. She brings in guests to and host guests. A variety of different people. She's also streams some gaming with her and her sons. Yeah, lots of fun. You gotta check her out. Better check her out. Don't disappoint me. share the love, spread the love. Give the sister some follow. Give her some love.
Thanks for having me here. We're on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, and it's because of their generosity and kindness and trust that we all get to sit here today. But my message is about whether or not that trust was well placed. Canada is in a crisis of epic proportions. Canada is literally at war with its own citizens. And we are not all going to survive the battles that we're in right now. My message is about how do we address this? Thousands of people in Canada are dying from Canada's policy and legal decisions every single day. And not just First Nations. It used to be. But we have to remember that Canadians were colonized just as much as First Nations were. And it's time that we come together to address all of this. We no longer have the time to debate race or religion or politics. We can deal with those fights after we save our country, after we save our people. But right now, thousands of people are dying. Our climate is being destroyed. And the thing that we used to have, democratic rights and freedoms, they're all being eroded right before our very eyes and faster than we can do anything about it. Omnibus bills are being rammed through Parliament before we even have a chance to read the 700th page. This is something that concerns all of us, and we don't have a lot of time to deal with it. We have to declare a state of emergency in Canada and do what it takes to come together and stop what's happening. We have to protect our futures because it used to be that we could say the climate's going to affect us in 100 years. Not anymore. Everything that we're doing right now, everything that the Canadian government is doing will impact every single one of you. And that's why we need everybody in this room to make a difference. And it won't be good enough to look back in 50 years and say, well, we tried. We did our best. We gave it our best intentions. Those are lines of politicians, not lines of people who care about their future, their kids' future, and the very earth that we live on. We're essentially at a point in time where we either do or die. Those are the options before us right now. It's literally a matter of life and death that we take action. Right now, Indigenous peoples are dying by the thousands. Murdered and missing Indigenous women. Since 1980, over 1,100 of those that have been counted. And the Canadian government hasn't cared to count for a very long time. That's very serious. Over 30,000 Indigenous children have been stolen from our communities and are placed in foster care. And statistically, we know what this means. That's a pipeline to jail and suicide. Or they'll end up like poor Tina Fontaine from Winnipeg being pulled out of a river. The state of Canada, the vision that we had for Canada, is evaporating before our very eyes. No Canadian wants to live in a Canada where Indigenous people can't walk down the street without fear of being murdered. We are literally in a state of emergency. 1,100 women of those that have just been counted. And they're not just women, they're little girls and babies. Not just murdered and missing, but being traded in the human trafficking and on sex trades. That's what's happening in our Canada. At a time when murders are going down for the rest of society, they're going up for Indigenous peoples. That's not the Canada we created. The number of Indigenous women in federal prisons have gone up by 90%. Just in the last decade, 90%. Some of our prisons are 85% Indigenous men and women. That's not the Canada that we created. And worst of all, Indigenous peoples live 7 to 20 years less than regular Canadians because of extreme poverty. In the most wealthiest country in the world, we have people without running water. That's not what anyone in this room envisioned. And it's certainly not what the treaty makers envisioned. But this doesn't just impact First Nations people. Homelessness is on the rise. Poverty is on the rise. The gap between the rich and the poor in Canada alone is on the rise. Harper just lost $3.1 billion and doesn't know what he did with it. That's the country we're living in. Imagine what $3.1 billion could do. It might be able to save some of the tuition fees that students have to pay, or provide clean water to communities that don't have it. And Canada's treatment of the environment is no better. Our Canada pre-tar sands, our Canada post-tar sands. And I wish I could tell you today that the tar sands are just one little blip in our country, and that someday we'll be able to fix it. Except this little blip is contemplated to be expanded many, many times the size that it is now, and it can already be seen from space. What is the price we're willing to pay for temporary jobs? There are more jobs and more profitable jobs in the sustainable industry, in the environmental industry, than there are in big oil. The Keystone Pipeline that they said 42,000 jobs would be had, they're now admitting that it's only 50 ongoing jobs. Is it worth it that the First Nations in this area are dying of an extremely rare cancer at extremely high rates? Do we have the right to do that to other people so that a small segment of the population can have temporary jobs? There has to be a balance in what it is that we do. And climate change is the greatest threat to Earth, not just Canadians, but to all humans, plants, and animals. It's no longer a theory of the past. The most recent studies say that in 30 years, there will be no ice in the Arctic. There will be no saltwater fish in the ocean. And imagine what that means to everything else that depends on saltwater fish. Whales, seals, animals, you name it. The coral reefs are quickly disappearing. We're quickly reaching that point of no return, where no matter what the action is we do in the future, we won't be able to undo the damage that we've done. We have to act now before we reach that point. And think about the decisions that are being made without any of your input. While you're busy paying off your student loans and debts, governments are ramming bills through saying, we're going to clear cut these forests. The lungs of the earth will not be able to provide you with oxygen. We're going to mine everything that we can possibly get out of the ground, regardless of the fact that it contaminates all of the water that we actually need to drink. These are not the decisions that Canadians, if empowered, if we're fully exercising their democratic rights, would be making. But somehow in the last decade, we have allowed our government to become a dictatorial center of power, far detached from what Canadians want. Not only are all of these things happening in climate change, but our water sources are becoming increasingly contaminated. There's over 780 million people around the world that don't have access to clean water, and a large majority of those are First Nations here in Canada. How can First Nations located to towns and cities in the very same area not have access to clean water? Government Policy people can sit down, review budgets, and they can calculate with precision exactly how many First Nations children or people are going to die from their policy decisions. We're going to spend $20 billion on surveillance of First Nation activists, but we're not going to provide clean water. And here's how many kids are going to die from contaminated water. Since when did we become a country that we started making those life and death decisions? We're not at war with one another. That's not what this country is about. Our human rights, our basic democratic rights are under attack. Look at every major scenario in Canada. Every time there is a flashpoint, every time there is a protest now, you can't even be a bird watcher without being spied on by CSIS. And I'm sure they're in this room. Hello, CSIS. How bad does it have to get when someone like Cindy Blackstock, a social worker, an activist for First Nations children in care, is followed by the RCMP, Indian Affairs, and CSIS for the work that she's doing? How bad does it have to be when bird watchers are under watch themselves? That's not the country we live in, and Canada's international reputation is tanking because of it. We got turfed from the UN Security Council, and I would have turfed us too. If a country is at war with its own citizens, it doesn't deserve a seat at the Security Council making decisions about any other country and standing in judgment. There are more political scandals by Harper in the last 10 years than in all the other governments in the previous 30 years. How long do we wait before we take action? Because the battle's ongoing. And the longer we wait, the more entrenched the government will be. In the last 10 years, Canada has gone from one of the top 4 countries to live in all of the world for regular Canadians, for people all over the world, to a country where the United Nations, other countries, and international think tanks are all reporting and commenting and saying, what happened to Canadian governance? They're no longer a democratic country. And in the last 10 years, their relationship with First Nations has gotten far worse than it's been over the last 80 years. That's not the Canada that we envisioned. And think about the G20 summit. We invite the world to Ontario, to Toronto, in fact. And what did we get? We got massive police abuses. And this is a sign of things to come. When these things just happened to First Nations, when the RCMP and SWAT teams were sent to Gustafson Lake and had the largest attack on civilian population in history, people said, well, that's just protesters. When the military was called out in Oka against First Nations, protecting the lands and waters, we thought, well, that's just First Nations. Well, welcome to our world. Because in any country around the world, if you look at what a government does to its First Nations people, it's a sign of things to come for their citizens, especially Canada. And now you look at the G20 summit. And any student who thinks about protesting their rising tuition fees too loudly, I'd be interested to see what's going to happen. Because when scientists speak too loudly about what's happening in Canada, they're gagged. And what we need is a hero. We need a hero to stop all of this. And thank the Creator, we have a room full of heroes. Everybody in this room has the power and the knowledge to stop all of this. But none of you can do it alone. And that's what Idle No More was about. Idle No More is a historic coming together of First Nations and Canadians to say, we're not going to take this anymore. We might not understand Bill C-45, but we know enough that it's destroying our rivers. And I can tell you one thing. It doesn't matter whether you're Canadian or First Nation. If our waters are contaminated and there's no farmable lands, none of us are going to survive this. We have no choice but to take action now to protect our future. And we don't need any new solutions. We don't need any billion-dollar studies, any international think tanks to tell us how we're going to get there. Our treaties provided that vision. We agreed to live here together peacefully. Mutual respect, mutual prosperity, and mutual protection. And we have fought in wars for Canada to have Canadians' backs. We have protected this territory. And now it's time for Canadians to have our backs. Because the ones on the front lines protecting the lands and waters here are First Nations.
Me,
And
6,
so
said
long
Gigi
as
lost
Canadians
Cebu.
have
You
one
just advanced
First
to
Nation
level
person
2.
living, you will have a warrior defending your future and the future of your kids. And if you stand behind us and with us, not only will we fulfill the original spirit of the treaties, but we will save all of our futures. Because if the treaties meant what they said, that they're for our heirs and heirs and heirs forever, for as long as the sun shines and the grass grows and the river flows, that's a guarantee of life. But if we strip mine all the grass and hydro-block all of the rivers and pollute all of the air so that we don't see the sun, none of us have a future. We can bring back democracy to Canada. We can save our climate and we can save our people and stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. It's just a matter of coming together, and it doesn't matter how you actually do it. You don't have to join Idle No More. There are many people working on food security or climate change or anti-poverty or protection of human rights. The key is, right now, we're connecting all of these groups. So it doesn't matter what your particular interest is, it's take an interest. Save your future. Whether it's a tweet or a Facebook message or attending a meeting or doing research papers. Babysitting so someone can man the front lines. Whatever you can do has to be done so that we can put Canada back in the place that we had originally started it out to be, and all of us can go forward in the future. And I believe in the power of our people. We can actually do this. Look at everything around the world. The citizens have had the power to topple entire governments. It shouldn't be that hard for us to take back Canada, because Canada is power by the people for the people. And that's what will save Canada. And I think everybody in this room can do it. Thank you.
I have to honestly say, Pam is base as fuck. Excuse me. Oh, here's one.
Did you know that by the end of this event, 3 men in the UK will have died by suicide? I can still remember exactly where I was when my dad called me to tell me that they found my uncle. He had taken his life, and it had taken 3 weeks to find his body. Richard was 47. He was a doctor, super smart, creative, artistic. He spoke new languages with ease. He played and wrote music, and he understood science and maths like no one else I knew. He was the kind of kid you'd really hate at school, right? He saved people's lives for a living, and yet he decided to take his own. I'd like to take you back to 2010. I was at my new flat in Brighton having dinner with a friend, about to start my 3rd year of university, when my dad calls me to tell me that they found my uncle. That feeling, That sinking feeling in your stomach when your heart drops all the way down, and all you can think is, what could I have done to stop that from happening? That feeling is not something I wish anyone ever has to experience. Men are facing a crisis. How many men do you think die by suicide each day in the UK? Have a guess. Raise your hand if you think it's under 5. Raise your hands. Under 5? Under 10? It's 12. That's 1 man every 2 hours.
So the thought process in that would be, in the United States and Canada, that would probably be double or triple, and even higher for Indigenous or people of color population, and even more higher for Indigenous women and girls. Damn. Yeah.
Whoa! don't know what's up there. Keep on the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, you will. And when I go to my brother, I said, brother, help me please. My brother winds up knocking me down on my knees.
Damn, that brother could sing. Damn. All that talent and skill and stuck singing and playing. In a train station to make a few bucks to eat. Damn. All that talent and skill. Oh yeah. Okay, good night, thanks, bye. See you later, bro.
Entschuldigung, darf ich dich kurz stören? Ich würde mir gerne mal deine Eimer leihen, wäre das möglich?
Mein Eimer.
Ja, ein bisschen drauf spielen.
Spielen mit meinem Eimer.
Ja. Ein bisschen Musik machen. Cool, danke.
Geil, nicht schlecht.
Ja? Probieren wir noch mal was anderes.
some usual day, everything seems okay. Lights in the mirror are perfect forward. Your headphones are like a shield to the silence. But what would be if you were taking a look? Oh, another chance to change is gone. There will be new ones, but first you have to find them. This is the day, we don't look away from the wings of humanity today. Cause this life is too short to waste a chance. Every evening you're watching TV, there's another misery. Only pictures and numbers you see, if you don't mind. Like every day, close your eyes and go to bed. But what would be if you were taking a look? Oh, another chance to change is gone. There will be new ones, but first you have to find them. This is the day, don't look away from the wings of humanity today. Cause this life is too short to waste a chance.
Danke für den Eimer. Schönen Tag dir noch.
I am so glad we invited the Chippewas to join us for this holiday meal. Remember, these savages are our guests. We must not be surprised at any of their strange customs. After all, they have not had our advantages, such as fine schools, libraries full of books, shampoo.
How? I am Pocahontas, a Chippewa maiden.
An Indian.
Enough said.
And I am Running Bear, betrothed to Pocahontas. In the play.
20 grand for summer camp. He's Mr. Woo-Woo.
We have brought a special gift for this holiday feast.
I am a turkey. Kill me. What a thoughtful gift. Why, you are as civilized as we, except we wear shoes and have last names. Welcome to our table, our new primitive friends.
Thank you, Sarah Miller. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Your hair is the color of the sun. Your skin is like fresh milk. And everyone loves you.
Stop! Sit.
Wait.
What?
We cannot break bread with you.
Huh? Becky, what's going on?
Wednesday! You have taken the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes, on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadsides. You will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. Especially Sarah Miller.
Gary, she's changing the words.
And for all these reasons, I've decided to scalp you and burn your village to the ground.
Children, you can't stop it!
I love Wednesday Addams. It's fucking awesome.
Welcome back, warriors. Kwe Tansei Sego. My name is Pam Palmater, and this is my YouTube channel where we focus on educating the resistance and inspiring the next generation of warriors to help us protect our peoples and the planet. Today, we are going to set the record straight about what's happening in Wet'suwet'en territory. And why should you care? Because from all the videos and pictures coming in from their Yinta, Wet'suwet'en lands, it looks like another violent RCMP invasion is imminent. So I'm going to tell you the 5 most important things you need to know about this situation and how you can help. So stay tuned. In today's video, I'm going to tell you the 5 most important things you need to know about what's going on in Wet'suwet'en territory. We know that Coastal GasLink Pipeline is using the courts and the RCMP to try to force a pipeline through Wet'suwet'en territory without their consent, all while the province of BC and federal government stand by and let it happen. But before we jump into the video, you should know that I don't speak for the Wet'suwet'en people. They have their own spokespeople and their own informational tools to help educate other First Nations and Canadians about what's happening on their territory. I'm doing this video in solidarity with their struggle, in an effort to help educate the public to take action. Take action to support the Wet'suwet'en and take action to put pressure on the federal and provincial governments to stop this. This video is part of my personal action to support the Wet'suwet'en in their struggle to defend their sovereignty, their traditional laws and governing systems, and their lands. Because their struggle is our collective struggle as Native peoples, and we are all lifted up by their actions. On the Gidimt'en Yinta Access and Unistoten websites, they provide an overview of the key dates and events that have all led up to now. In this video, I'll show you some of the resources available on their websites, and I'll post a link to their websites in the description box below so that you can access all of their resources. First of all, who are the Wet'suwet'en? The Wet'suwet'en Nation is not a band council, it's not a reserve or a First Nation as defined by the Indian Act. The Wet'suwet'en are a nation of peoples comprised of 5 clans with hereditary leaders whose governance structure is based on traditional laws all over their Yinta, Wet'suwet'en traditional lands. Each clan is responsible for a certain territory within the larger Wet'suwet'en territory. There are also 6 Indian bands or First Nations that were created by the federal government under the Indian Act. Each of these bands have legislative jurisdiction over smaller reserve lands. Coastal GasLink Pipeline is a subsidiary of Trans Mountain Pipeline, and this pipeline is part of the project to transport fracked natural gas to Kitimat. Now, let's look at the timeline. In 1997, the Supreme Court of Canada released its decision in the Delgamuukw case, confirming that Aboriginal title to traditional lands exists in Canada as part of the common law, and it's also a protected right under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. In that case, both the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en nations were represented by their hereditary leaders as plaintiffs, not chiefs and councillors under the Indian Act. About a decade later, in 2007, the Wet'suwet'en expressed their view that they did not want pipelines in their territories. The 2 clans that you've likely heard about in the media are the Unistoten and the Gidimt'en. They are 2 of the 5 Wet'suwet'en clans that have set up access points in their respective clan territories. In 2009, a checkpoint was established at the entrance to the Unistoten territory. The following year, cabins were built within the proposed pipeline territory, and in 2015, a healing center was built. In 2015 as well, the hereditary chiefs from all 5 clans declared their support for the Unistoten and said no to all pipelines in Wet'suwet'en territory. In December of 2018, the Unistoten camp was served with an interim injunction ordering the removal of any obstruction that would interfere with Coastal GasLink pipeline project. However, in 2018, the Gidimt'en also set up their access point in solidarity with the Unistoten to counter the claims by Coastal GasLink pipeline lawyers that the Unistoten were just a bunch of rogue protesters. Nothing could be further from the truth. Then, on January 7, 2019, also known as the Day of Shame, the RCMP tactical unit assaulted the Gidimt'en by dismantling their camp and arresting 14 people, including an elder. The camps have continued, and they remain determined to defend their lands from the pipeline. The RCMP have continued to dig in and increase their numbers and their weapons on Wet'suwet'en territory with no permission, and have continued their harassment of Wet'suwet'en peoples despite the public proclamation of a 7-day stand-down to facilitate talks. I spoke with Gidimt'en Yinta Access spokesperson Molly Wickham on my Warrior Life podcast, who told us that with the increased RCMP surveillance and harassment and recent arrests, they believe that another violent RCMP invasion is imminent. The Wet'suwet'en Nation has real cause to worry, given the revelation by the Guardian news outlet that the RCMP has a document permitting lethal overwatch of the Wet'suwet'en as part of their strategy, as well as their instructions for their officers to use as much violence as they want to sterilize the site. While the RCMP initially tried to deny that lethal overwatch means lethal force, which would be a common sense interpretation, it was later confirmed by an RCMP memo that lethal overwatch does indeed mean the use of lethal force by an RCMP officer. Lethal force, that means deadly force. This should come as no surprise, given that the RCMP used snipers with high caliber weapons during the last raid. Coupled with this deadly revelation, we have also seen the usual RCMP misinformation campaign in the media, denying the use of flyovers, then admitting it, saying they'll respect the 7-day stand down, and then harassing Wet'suwet'en members anyway. We have also seen uninformed political commentary by some in the media who don't know either Wet'suwet'en law or Canadian law, which only serves to make the matters worse and confuse Canadians. So here are the 5 most important legal clarifications that you need to know about what's happening in Wet'suwet'en territory. Number 1, Wet'suwet'en laws and governing systems have never been extinguished. They are still a sovereign nation with their traditional forms of government intact. And it doesn't matter if you don't agree with their system, if you don't like their system, if you would choose a different system. This is the law on Wet'suwet'en territory, and it's backed up by Section 35 of Canada's Constitution, as well as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and numerous other international laws. Number 2. It is the Wet'suwet'en Nation that has first title to all of their traditional lands, not the province of British Columbia or the Government of Canada, and certainly not Trans Mountain. The Wet'suwet'en have their own laws about how to use, manage, and protect their lands within their clan system. Canadian law also provides that Aboriginal title is the exclusive use and benefit of the Indigenous group. They have said no to pipelines, and that is the law. That's the end of it. The hereditary system of governance in the Wet'suwet'en Nation has been in place since time immemorial and well known to all the parties, government, courts, RCMP, and industry. The hereditary leaders have been working alongside their band councils for decades. And when the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en nations went to court to argue their land title claims, it was not the Indian Act chiefs and councils that were represented, it was the hereditary leaders. The Delgamuukw case went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada with the hereditary leaders as the claimants of title. There didn't appear to be an issue until Coastal GasLink Pipeline wanted to force their pipeline through Wet'suwet'en territory, and now everyone is saying, oh, we don't know who to talk to. Number 4, there can be no pipeline on Wet'suwet'en territory without their free, prior, and informed consent according to their own laws and governing systems. And it doesn't matter if Indian Act chiefs and councils signed impact benefit agreements. That doesn't change the fact that there was no Wet'suwet'en Nation consent for Coastal Link gas pipeline on their traditional territory. And finally, number 5. Whether it is Wet'suwet'en law or Canadian law, the Wet'suwet'en Nation has no choice but to live, assert, and defend their sovereignty, their laws, and their lands if they want to keep it. That's how it works. Read any Supreme Court of Canada Aboriginal title case. How do they identify title lands? Well, the first question is, were these lands used to the exclusion of others? And that's exactly what they are doing. They are maintaining access points to assert their control over their territory to the exclusion of others. That is the definition of Aboriginal title. That's the law. That's what's protected in Wet'suwet'en law and Canadian law and Canada's own constitution. The RCMP are clearly acting outside of the law. They are acting as private security for Trans Mountain, who have no land rights and no constitutional rights to the territory. In law, there is simply no contest of rights here. Wet'suwet'en have constitutionally protected laws, and industry have none. There is no confusion here, and there's certainly no complexity. The Wet'suwet'en have the right to say no. All parties have to get their head around that and respect that right to say no. The next step is not to bully and harass them into giving up. It's simply to respect their decision, and they can reroute their pipeline somewhere else, if at all. None of the misinformation, RCMP lies, or uninformed commentary have turned the public against the Wet'suwet'en. In fact, it has had the opposite effect. It has inspired a groundswell of support. First Nations and Canadian allies all across Turtle Island have declared public support for the Wet'suwet'en Nation and have called on the RCMP to stand down and leave Wet'suwet'en territory. There have been numerous marches, rallies, and protests nationwide, and we plan to continue these and other actions to show Canada that we are united against these unlawful actions against our Wet'suwet'en brothers and sisters. Many First Nations support the Wet'suwet'en, including the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the Gitxsan Hereditary Chiefs. Canadians have offered their support as well. The Council of Canadians have called on Canadians to support the Wet'suwet'en. Thousands of high school students and university students have left their classes and marched in support of them as well. More recently, the BC Human Rights Commissioner has called on Canada to stop the eviction of Wet'suwet'en peoples, prohibit the use of lethal weapons by the RCMP, and they also want to guarantee that no force will be used against the Wet'suwet'en. Commissioner Govender emphasized that Wet'suwet'en peoples have been peaceful in their opposition to the pipelines on their land and should never be faced with violence by the Canadian state. Amnesty International also reminded governments that the Wet'suwet'en have a right, a very clear right to free, prior and informed consent on any project that may impact their rights. Amnesty also called on Canada to fully comply with the United Nations Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination's recommendations that 1. Canada freeze any present and future approvals of large-scale projects until free, prior and informed consent is obtained. Number 2, to cease forced evictions from traditional lands. Number 3, to guarantee that no force will be used. And number 4, to withdraw all policing and security forces from Native territories. I think that every First Nation person and Canadian should pressure the government to comply with those United Nations recommendations. I hope you all make the time to check out the Unistoten and Gidimt'en to Access websites and use the supporter toolkits to find ways that you can help. Thank you all for watching this channel. If this is your first time here, please consider subscribing, commenting, and sharing these videos with your family, friends, colleagues, and social justice allies. It is incredibly important that we all stand united to support the Wet'suwet'en because they stand for our rights and the rights of our future children as well. Till next time, stay alert, warriors.
And they say Canada's such a peaceful, loving place where it's the land of milk and honey. Oh, Lord.
Alaskan Faculty of Law in Thunder Bay, Ontario, and Dr. Pam Palmeter. This is Niyajwe Tamog with Net News Ledger.
Kwe, Nindaluizi Pam Palmeter, and thank you to the elders for opening this up in a good way. That's an important part of our laws and ceremonies and the way we are, and to the drum group. No matter where I go, the drum groups always remind me that I'm not in my territory. I'm in someone else's territory. And even though I am a Mi'kmaq person from sovereign Mi'kma'ki, that carries with it a responsibility when I'm in someone else's territory to never claim to speak on their behalf and to act respectfully and responsibly about the things that I do talk about. So what I'm going to share with you tonight is my reflections, things that I've learned from elders all over Turtle Island, north and south of the border, and it's definitely not meant to represent what the nations here, what their opinions are on this. As sovereign nations, we really have a lot in common, and I want to thank Lakehead University for inviting me here to have this conversation around Native sovereignty and lawmaking and how central and core lawmaking is, and not just lawmaking, because that gives people the impression that maybe we don't have our own laws yet, but in fact that
all of Turtle Island is a mix already of different native laws from different nations, and not just the laws, but the legal processes and the systems, the enforcement, dispute resolution mechanisms. And an important part of reconciliation is that people understand the laws in their territory and start being really aware of what the protocols are and how to live with those laws, that there's more than just Canadian provincial and municipal laws on this territory. And so while our sovereign nations have a lot of similarities, we do have a lot of differences. I would never even think to go into Mohawk or Haudenosaunee territory and say, yeah, Mi'kmaq law applies here. I would be chased out pretty fast. And vice versa, although I think in historical times that might have been attempted a few times. But having traveled here to this territory and being part of this conference is really huge for me personally, because when I went to UNB Law School, there was no talk about Indigenous laws. We were lucky if Indigenous or laws impacting Native people were even mentioned in class. It was something that we had to actively assert. And when I say we, it was like me and the one other person in the law school who was Native. So that's there was no Native law professors, there was no reconciliation, we weren't represented anywhere. So imagine law in and of itself, what is law? If you think about what the National Inquiry said, that genocide in Canada that's both historic and ongoing is due first and foremost from Canada's complex set of laws and regulations and policies in this country that have targeted Native women and Indigenous peoples generally and maintain this genocide. So the current legal system is inherently unjust. And you don't have to be a Native person to understand that, the lack of access, the cost of the justice system and all of that. So it's another reason why Native sovereignty and lawmaking are so important going forward. Whether you call it reconciliation or just having some social justice and human rights on this territory, because Canadian law isn't going to do it. Amendments around the edges, tinkering around the edges, dancing around the outside. You cannot tinker with genocidal laws and expect that the genocide's going to end. You might be able to make it look a little bit more Indigenous or have a Native flair, but that's like putting our faces on the $20 bill. I mean, how ironic is it that our artwork's on money that they don't give us? And it's our money to begin with. So I've always thought that, if I'm going to be in this business of talking to people, that I'm going to be direct. I don't have any political speaking notes. I answer questions directly. If you ask me a yes or no question, I'm going to tell you that. And that's a little bit uncomfortable. But I know in these forums, because we start in a good way with the elders and their prayers and the drum, we've already set out a process by which, through law and protocol and ceremony, that we are engaged here to have an honest and direct conversation. I mean, presumably, I'm wearing camo. You didn't bring me here just to say lots of nice softball things. Or I hope not, because we're in trouble. So, thank you to Lakehead, but thank you to all of you for actually being here. Settlers and Indigenous peoples, to have this conversation, to engage in this two-way learning process about Native sovereignty and the importance of, the recognition of our laws and Native lawmaking, because it just hasn't been a part of schools, and it should be a part of schools because we need a lot of help in this process. We need all of our young Native students who are going to law school, helping our communities. There simply isn't enough money, people, or resources to engage in the kind of nation building and rebuilding and repairing that we need to do to actually have some social justice in this territory. So for me, this conference is actually a really important contribution to reconciliation, because we're educating law students and law professors and the community in general. And everybody needs to be a part of this. This isn't just a Native thing. I know sometimes it would be easier if we could say, well, that's them, they can build their own laws. Yeah, but if you're on the territory in which those laws apply. So, in the Canadian system, you're deemed to know the law. Well, they could equally pass a law that says, hey, you're deemed to know the law in an Anishinaabe territory, and so you should know what's happening, who has jurisdiction over whom and when. And so for Turtle Island, it's understanding that what already exists is a complex web of native laws and legal systems and dispute resolution mechanisms, and they differ from nation to nation. They might have some similarities, and they interact in some ways with the laws that have been imposed. But because laws have been imposed, that doesn't mean they've actually been extinguished. So there's been no abolishment or extinguishment of our laws. They have been interfered with, but interfering with a law is not an extinguishment of the law. And in fact, Canada's own constitution, which incorporates all of the native treaties, is an inherent recognition of our laws and legal systems, primarily because when we entered into treaties, only nations enter into treaties with other sovereign nations. That in and of itself is a recognition of our sovereignty, and with sovereignty comes lawmaking and legal systems. Other people like to interpret it otherwise, but that's the effect. That was European law at the time, that was international law at the time, so we're here. That's it. There hasn't been a lot of recognition around our laws, but this is what we're going to get to. And there's a very compelling reason to do that. The National Inquiry found that Canada's engaged in ongoing, as well as historic genocide against Native people. Canada and its legal system is killing our people. And I don't need to tell people in Thunder Bay that. With all due respect and love and light going to all of those we have lost, law has a big role in that. When we talk about Native blockades, what we should be saying are the legal blockades that prevent Native people from accessing their own economies. That's all done by law and law enforcement and the policy and the economic decisions that are made around those laws. Laws are crafted to include and exclude people. Just like the Indian Act says who's an Indian and who isn't, Canada's legal system says who gets to engage in an economy and who doesn't. Who's worthy and who isn't. Because if the laws had any application or any meaning or any sense of justice to Indigenous peoples, we wouldn't have people calling for laws that are asking that there be greater punishments for people who murder Indigenous women and girls. The law in Canada is, it's against the law to murder people. That includes Indigenous women and girls. We shouldn't have to figure out how to craft a law that makes it extra murder if you murder a Native woman. It's about justice, and it's about who has access to those laws and how those laws are applied and whether or not we're treated like human beings. And so, for me, although the driving impetus is genocide, so we're faced with immediate life and death crisis, where law is at the root. That's the resistance part of things. That's the protecting our people part of things. On the other side, there's also nation building and rebuilding and revitalization. So people say sometimes when I speak in the public, oh, well, this is, talking about Native things is an industry and you must be so happy that your career is talking about all the bad things about Native people. And it's like, well, in fact, my greatest wish is to not have that job. My greatest wish is to just be 100% engaged in drafting laws and regulations and engaging in nation building and governance and economic development and all of those things that are a wonderful part of societies all around the world. That would just focus on education. Like if I had my wish, I would just create a warrior school for all the Native kids in this country and make kick-ass warriors about all of us. But instead, we have to spend a disproportionate amount of our energy on just keeping us alive. And that, we have to point fingers at the legal system and those who abuse the legal system. Because oftentimes people will say, well, if the Indian Act's to blame. This is what the Indian Act is. It's a piece of paper. There's nothing in the Indian Act that says you can murder Indigenous women and girls, or you can human traffic Indigenous women and girls, or that you can take all of our kids and put them in foster care, or that you can abuse people in residential schools. There's nothing in the Indian Act that ever said that. These are individuals, these are peoples, these are governments that are making conscious decisions impacting us. Sometimes not even under the guise of a law, but under the guise of a policy, which presumes to be law. And there are both written and unwritten policies that impact this country. And the deeply embedded racism in this country and the way this country is governed, especially against Native people, ends up being a de facto law. Because what happens when Indigenous people want to protect their Section 35 rights under the Constitution, Aboriginal and treaty rights, to defend their territory from hydrofracking? Do we get to call the RCMP and say, RCMP, this is the Constitution. Can you come in and protect us from these thumper trucks? No. What you see is the RCMP surrounding the thumper trucks as though they're the personal security of thumper trucks, asserting their non-constitutionally protected privilege, not even a right, to engage in exploratory activities. That's a real problem, because when we talk about law, it's not just the law, it's also the applicability or not of the law and the enforcement of the law. And then once you get past that stage, then there's the adjudication of the law. So then all of the people who are just acting legally under Canada's Constitution and legally under their own laws in their territory are arrested and beaten and charged and put in prison. And then now you have to go through this third stage of Canada's legal system around adjudication, which always assumes and protects without legal question Canada's assertion of sovereignty over our actual sovereignty. And that's probably the most significant and inherent flaw in Canada's laws. It undermines all of it. So I want to talk today about, this concept of nationhood, sovereignty, and the importance of lawmaking to that for us going forward. What I'm not going to talk about is what our laws used to look like 10,000 years ago, or 500 years ago, or some random arbitrary point in time. Because although our legal system hasn't totally caught up, our societies are not frozen in time. I mean, we've heard the Supreme Court of Canada say that a few times, but in actual fact, they still treat us and do interpretive analysis as though we're being measured at some previous point in time. Our laws are all of the laws that have ever existed and that continue to exist, and we adapt and change like every other sovereign nation and every other human society that's ever been. It's only us that are being asked to freeze our laws in time, as if we don't exist today, as if we don't also need laws to deal with genocide, as if we don't need laws to deal with condominiums and shipping and national security and public safety or immigration. Of course we need those laws. Those are very important. And so for some of us, we already have those laws. So the other problematic, or the challenge that we have as Native people, is that we're starting at a disadvantage because Canadians get to take certain things for granted. No one in Canada is worried that the English language is ever going to go away. So you don't have to think about the laws. I mean, honestly, you don't have to worry about what's in the Charter or the Constitution around official languages, because English is in, it's good, we're having this conference in English, all the laws are in English and French, there's no problem. But for Native people, we can't assume that. So that means we have to think very purposefully and carefully even about having laws around languages. Maybe having extra laws around languages which we wouldn't have had to have in the past. Because we're not living 10,000 years ago, there probably was no law that said you must always speak Mi'kmaq. But nowadays, we might have to, as individual communities and districts and nations, have laws around our own governments, when we're going to use our languages as official languages and when we're not, and how we're going to educate our kids and in what languages. So we have a whole lot more lawmaking to do than most Canadians. So our job is huge. We can't assume many of these things, so we have to work really hard to protect them, because Native laws are like sovereignty. They're not a state of being. They're just not a thing. They're actually actions. It's like you consider them like a verb. They have to be lived to be realized, right? I mean, if you have a law that says you're allowed to do X, Y, and Z, but that law is never exercised, it essentially becomes defunct over time, and then legal arguments can be made that it's no longer a law, it was never enforced, and so on and so forth. So like sovereignty, we have to live them. Like our land, we have to occupy them. Like our identity, we have to celebrate and embrace that. It's not just, we have it, we don't have to worry, we can put it up here on the shelf and it's always going to be there. Because anyone who's ever studied anything about politics or human societies around the world knows a little tiny state struggling to be sovereign can't just say one day, oh, well, I don't need to worry about Russia over here. Because if you don't worry about Russia, Russia's going to worry about you. And then you're somehow no longer sovereign. Russia's invading your territory and so on and so forth. It's the same thing for us. Canada has asserted its sovereignty over our territories with violent genocidal colonization to make sure that they could make that happen. So now we have been struggling to maintain our sovereignty and our independence and our nationhood and our peoplehood and our identity and our governance over these territories. We can't just take a break and say, well, we don't need to do that right now. We've got the right to be sovereign, because the sovereignty doesn't work that way. And I know some people get hung up on the word sovereignty because, oh, sovereign, and it refers to the sovereign, you know, the king or queen, or it's the English language, or it's European law. And I'm not talking about it that way. I'm talking about sovereignty in a general sense, like nationhood, peoplehood, independence, whatever term you want to use. There's lots of native conceptions around what it means to be a collective. So I'm not incorporating any of those laws there. And we have lots of our own words around that. So nationhood or peoplehood is really about this collective, common cultures, histories, languages, and experiences.
What's the topic?
But it's also a common set of values and beliefs and laws and governing systems and priorities. Because if it wasn't that, we would be no different than any other numerical minority that might exist in a certain territory and time. But we're not. Our nationhood is all.
Oh, you guys are in for a treat. Y'all are in for a treat. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Let's see. Wait. Y'all are in for a treat tonight. Okay.
Tail off Twine Rabbit said you watch him any VIVs or anything.
So, we have a very special guest. I do believe it's going to be joining us shortly. Hope y'all are ready. Hey, bro. Yeah, you're on, but hang on. Let me get this working. There we go. getting the headings right. Let me see here. Get this set up properly. Okay. Yeah, that looks about right. Why didn't it change? There it is. Okay, hang on, bro. That should be working. Let's see what we can get going on here. Announcements. I can't spell worth shit tonight, but we're gonna try to work it. Let's see. Just trying to toss all the links around.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and there are literally people in my community that love you like you would not believe. Like literally.
Well, that's cool.
You are like a hero to a people.
I don't quite know how to respond to that. I'm glad that they've found something worthwhile in the content. That's cool.
Well, I think for a lot, it was basically an awakening to things that they didn't know about.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. A lot of them I have found. Have literally thought that socialism and anarchism manifestos and stuff had nothing to do with indigenous people.
Oh, yikes.
Oh yeah. They thought Marx and all of them were like the only ones that was doing it. It all came from their mind. And had no idea that it actually came from us, indigenous people.
Yeah, I actually, the inspiration for the video that I ended up doing was, I probably originally got the idea for it when I was in college, so that's been a while ago now, but it was talking about, not actually Karl Marx, it was talking about some of the early anthropologists, and the most famous one that they talk about as the first American anthropologist was a guy named Lewis Henry Morgan, which I talk about a lot in the video. But I mean, he was basically just like a cosplayer. He formed this fraternity group, and then he met an actual member of the Iroquois Nation later, and it turned into this hero worship thing. And I'm like, why aren't we studying this guy? Why aren't we studying the members of the Iroquois League that he actually studied? Why did they write any books? And it turns out they did. I'm like, okay, so why don't we talk about them and not talk about him so much? And then when I started getting involved in, political action groups and stuff, they constantly talked about Karl Marx and Engels. And I'm like, Engels titled his book on the work of Lewis Henry Morgan. Like, they got their ideas from the Iroquois. This is not an original idea that they thought up. So, and the more involved I got in the community, the more it's like everybody talked about Marx and Engels. And I'm like, if you've read their books, they tell you where they got their ideas. Why is it we're not talking about the indigenous perspectives on a lot of these issues? So I ended up just making a video because I'm like, I got to get this all down in one spot so I can just refer people to that instead of having to tell the same story over and over again.
I know, right? It's like I find that seems to be a lot. We get forgotten a lot. It's like we didn't even exist.
Yeah, I actually didn't expect the video to take off at all. Like,
Really?
I posted it on. Yeah, I just posted it on my page, and I'm like, you know, if it ever comes up, then I'll point people to it. But other than that, I'm not going to worry too much. And then just go into a couple of the chat pages on Twitch, just hanging out with like people like you, and they're like, "Oh my god, I watched your video." What? Really? Okay. I didn't expect that. It's really cool. I'm glad for it, but I didn't expect for it to get much traffic at all.
Well, there are hungry people out there in our lands that literally.
What up, Della? Did you get tired of the Kids Bop, Della?
Della, you guys, you can all hear twin. Please say yes if you can.
Or are we doing a volume check?
Yeah, and I'm also making sure that everybody can hear. Okay. Ink says we sound good. Yeah.
Good deal.
Good. Nice. I've been wanting to get you on my stream for God knows how long. Ever since I have a confession, Della, Sab was like, "Oh, hey Sue, you gotta check out this one." And she posted the link in my stream, and I'm like, "Okay, let's check it out." And it's like, "Oh, wait a minute, damn."
That really seems to be how the video is getting around. Is like one or two people saw it, and then they all played it on their streams. So suddenly, because it's been up for, I think I posted it like middle 2019, and it got maybe 20 views, 40 views, something like that. And then I think Kamazotz, when he ran it on his stream, suddenly, boom, I got like 2,000 views in one day. I'm like, what is happening? Ooh, how did this occur? And I got a bunch of like friend requests and follows on Twitter, and I'm like, what's going on? Did someone announce me? So yeah, it was very, very strange for me. I didn't expect it.
Well, it's always good. Hang on a second. Let me double check something real quick. Okay, that's not going to work either. Oh well. Sorry about the echo. So anyways, as we were saying.
Oh yeah, it was just an explosion I did not expect. I'm grateful. I'm glad that it's resonated with people. I think that's really cool. I wish there were more voices who were saying the same message, but you know, got to start somewhere.
Well, you know, I think for us indigenous people, the more we get that, the better. And I think, yeah,
mutual support.
Exactly.
Definitely. Teeth, actually, okay. It was weird
I don't think I showed up the same day. I think what happened was Zotz had played it either that week or maybe like a few days before, something like that. And the way the conversation went down was apparently there's some guy on YouTube called Swoletariat. I have no idea who this person is. I've seen a couple of his videos. I mean, it's fine. I'm not going to watch a lot of his stuff because his content is kind of, you know, bro-ish in a way that I don't really care for. But anyway, he apparently saw a Twitter or someone told him that he needed to watch my video. I don't know how the conversation went down. But he saw my video and then posted this really long complaint about how dare I bring race into what is clearly a class discussion, and how dare I even try to speak for minorities in this, you know, the socialist paradigm and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're mad. Well, like the next day after that comment got posted, I was on Twitch and I saw that Camazotz was streaming, and I'd never seen him before, but I knew who Camazotz was, the god. I knew who the Bat God was. And I'm like, that's a really cool name. I wonder if he does indigenous stuff. So I clicked on it, and out of the blue, someone said, wait a minute. Okay, your name's Twin Rabbit. Do you know a YouTuber named Twin Rabbit? And I'm like, yeah, that's me. Do you know me? And so we talked a little bit about the like weird argument that had happened with Swoletariat in Zotz's chat. And Zotz saw the chat and was like, wait, you're the guy? And that's how that all happened.
Nice. The system built on white supremacy is something that is a reason. Yeah, Della.
Yeah, I don't know where Swoletariat was coming from. I don't know why what he took from the video was that like minorities can't be part of the movement. I don't know where I think he just went into it angry in the first place, which okay, but I didn't insist he had to watch it. And there was some other guy named Theory Pleb, I think, and it was the two of them were kind of doubling up on me, and I'm like, I don't know who either of you are. I'm sorry that this video offended you so much. Not really sure why, but
I think I have an idea why. Were they white?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can get like the white fragility aspect of it, but I don't really understand why that keeps translating into, therefore, how dare you speak for our movement? I'm like, okay, y'all are claiming that you don't recognize hierarchy, and yet you think you're in charge of this message. How does that work? And they never seem to be able to explain that part to me.
Oh, I don't know why. I find that a lot. A lot of them will sit back and still cling on to colonialism, capitalism, and everything that they claim they don't like or they don't want. And a lot of them seem to have a really hard time of letting that go.
Yeah, and I don't remember who it was that said they knew who Pleb was. Not Swoletariat, but the other guy. They said they knew him or them. I don't know genders of these. I mean, I know who Swoletariat is, a male, but I don't know about Pleb.
Yeah.
And they said they knew Pleb, and they were surprised that Pleb got offended because this was stuff that apparently Pleb has complained about. So, yeah, something in that video just set him off, and I was never really able to figure out which part it was that made them so angry, because I don't think that I specifically say at any point, you know, you white people, how dare you? I don't think I say that. I just say, yeah, it's just, I just say, this is a broader movement than just Marx and Engels, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Oh, pleb uses they them. Okay. Yeah, like I say, I don't know this person, so I don't know very much about them. I'll try to be careful about that in the future, though. So, thank you.
So besides that one, share some more of your works and stuff.
The latest video that I put out was on critical race theory, just because I know a lot of people don't have a very good understanding of the basis for critical race theory. And a lot of people think that critical race as a concept came in like 1960s, 1970s. They think it's really recent, and actually it goes back at least 150 years.
Yeah.
So I did a little primer on critical race theory. It was about an hour and a half long. It's a lot to cram in. It was originally longer, and I had to cut it down because I'm like, nobody's going to sit through 2.5 hours of nonsense. I'm just going to have to cut some of this stuff out. I wish I could have included more, but I also have a few videos on minority gaming, which I originally started doing because I played a game called Far Cry 3. And Far Cry 3, the plot is that you are this painfully ignorant white boy who is on a tourist trip to a tropical island, and you get kidnapped by drug people, and you single-handedly become the hero of all of the brown drug people by conquering the drug lords that run the island. And I'm like, this is the single most racist freaking game I've ever played in my life. And then I read an article from the game designer who said he thought it was really enlightened, and he's really glad he had the opportunity to spread a message of acceptance and incorporating other races into game narrative. And I'm like, what in the crap did I just read? So I did a series on here's what it's like to be a minority gamer, where the only character you can play is some entitled white prick and who gets a tribal tattoo that like magically empowers him. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about these ideas for a second, because this is bullshit.
No doubt. It kind of is really funny because most games you play, they don't have indigenous characters on it whatsoever. Or if they do, it's like back in the 1800s or later.
Oh god, yes. They love 1850, and I don't know why. That like Wild West myth, they are so freaking enamored with that Wild West bullshit. And I'm like, do you all think you're freaking Buffalo Bill? Come on. Can we not?
Well, I mean,
oh yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, Teeth. Yeah, it was originally longer when I first put everything down because I'd scripted it all out, and the original recording was 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm like, this is not going to happen. I've seen 2-hour videos before, but I mean that's a slog. So yeah, I put that thing through a cheese grater, and I think it's actually a better video as a result, because there were some bits where I kind of went on a bit of a rant, and that's not necessary. I can keep it simple.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all for ranting. like even WoW, some of the characters on there, one's like a bull / moose.
Oh, with the headdress. Oh god, yeah. Exactly. And it's always Plains Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are 1,000 tribes that had any number of headdresses that didn't look, just once. Could you imagine if they had a beaver skin hat or one of those turkey plume feather hats instead of a Plains headdress? There'd be people complaining that it wasn't real.
Yeah. It's like wow. Thanks
The
to them.
taurines, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're bulls.
I shake my head at that.
Well, and you said you're Dakota, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I like to make sure because I try to avoid using Sioux if I possibly can, unless it's someone's actual name.
Yeah, I'm actually a Hunkpapa Dakota.
Okay.
Yeah, Sitting Bull's tribe.
Yeah, I have like I said, I have a friend who's Lakota. I'm pretty sure he's Lakota. And then several other friends who are the tribe that's just south of that, not Menominee. I can't remember the other tribe.
Cheyenne?
No, it starts with an M, but I can't. It's not in my head right now.
Or Dakota?
I know they have a related language. And
Minnetonka or Minnetonka?
No, it's like. Hold on, just a second. Yeah. I feel really bad that I'm not getting this, so let me hold on just a second.
Me too. And chances are, those are my relatives.
Sorry, I had to check with my partner. Meskwaki. They're Meskwaki.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I think they also sometimes use Anishinaabe, so.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I knew some of the family names. I know when they talk about them, I recognize the names. I think Yellowtail was one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have any relatives up north, so they're the only connection that I have to just about anything north of like the Osage.
Yeah.
Because my people are, on my mom's side, are related to the Lenape, and then on my dad's side, it's out of the Caribbean.
Yeah. That's cool. Hey, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is an Irish young lady.
Okay.
She was originally in England. Now she's in an Asian country, and she's trying to get back home, I believe, if that's still her plan. Back home to Ireland.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
Ireland or Northern Ireland?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure whether she's going to go to. She's in Thailand. Yeah. Are you going back? Are you trying to get back to Northern Ireland or just Ireland?
Did I put you to sleep, Della?
Okay, Della. Sleep well. It's 3 a.m. for Della. My family is from Dublin.
It was good seeing you. Have a good night. Oh, Dublin. All right.
So one of the things I found really interesting is that I've had to, I don't know how many different times, explain like when we have Irish and Scottish people come to like ceremonies and stuff like that with us.
Right.
How they're automatically, you'll hear they'll be like, white people, why are you here? And then I'll be like, well, they're either Scottish or Irish, which means they endure the same bullshit that we do.
Oh, absolutely.
And then you're going like, didn't you guys learn that in school?
Was it the Creek that actually did they have a monument to the Creek tribe in Ireland, if I'm remembering this correctly?
That might be true. Maybe Elizabeth might know. maybe.
Yeah, I feel like there was some sort of. It's like a sculpture, and I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was. Pretty sure it was the Muskokie.
It is quite possible. I mean, like, Germany's got, like, what is it, like a 2-block radius that's completely an 1800 indigenous village.
Oh, they do.
Yeah,
Choctaw.
like, literally.
It was the Irish and the Choctaw. I've got it now. Yeah, the sculpture is called Kindred Spirits.
Yeah, but yet over here, you know, I don't know how many times I've had to say it, and it's like, well, they've endured the same garbage we have.
Yeah, the few sweats that I've been to and the few ceremonies that I've been to, even the ones that were pretty closed, there were a lot of pale skins there, just because a lot of us have been married out. A lot of us have, you know, our families were not always in the best financial situation, and so it's not like they could stay on the res, so they ended up marrying someone who was white. So most of the people that I hang with don't tend to go by skin tone quite as much.
Yeah. And then, well, let's not forget, like, I mean, Crazy Horse was a light skin in India too, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that was before, he was born at the time when colonization actually started to come into the plains.
Well, and Smith, the one, or pretty sure his last name was Smith, the guy who did the Cherokee syllabary, Sequoia, wasn't his mom white?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And, I mean, can you get much more traditional than, like, coming up with the alphabet for your indigenous language?
I know, right? That always makes me wonder, though. It's like, okay, we literally, I mean, the two-spirited people in our tribes always used to do a lot of artwork and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
There was the counting of the stock for horses and whatnot. How many of a herd of buffalo was there in that herd? We had like a really intricate system for keeping it like up to date with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that we didn't have anything pre-colonization.
Yeah, that I forgot about that. I actually did a video on indigenous written languages, so indigenous literature, and indigenous sign language, and talked about how meaningful the symbols are. And so, you know, most people when they see like rock art, they're like, oh, these are really simple shapes. That means a cow and that means a hunter. And I'm like, no. There's a lot more meaning in these symbols than you think. This is like a document.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
But apparently we were so, they claim we were so uncivilized that we had no resemblance of any documentation or anything.
Well, you know, they can claim that after they've burned half of it.
Exactly, right?
Now, you were adopted out, right?
Yes, I was.
Because I watched some of, what's his name? Flecky?
Yeah.
Flecky stream? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really adopted out. Well, I was, but it's more along the lines of they stole me from my mom and then adopted me out. Like,
how did you
literally
connect? Because I missed that part of it.
What? How I was stolen or how I got home?
How you got home?
Oh, well, after getting out at 18 for serving 5 years for putting an end to the abuse that I went through with a non-Indigenous family that they sold me to, or adopted me out, I ended up pulling an armed robbery, and I ended up going away for 2 years less a day. You know, I mean, you take a 13-year-old kid, put him in jail for 5 years, the only thing he's going to learn is how to be a criminal.
Hey, heads up, do you have a mod on your Discord? Because you're getting spammed.
By who? On my Discord?
I'm not sure. I think it's you. Oh, no, sorry, it's PR. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I just got a ton of alerts, so I thought it was because I was on your channel. My bad. Never mind.
No worries. I'm sure that'll come into mind soon enough. I'll be like, you hear this?
Yeah. Well, and then you got to spend like half an hour reporting all of them.
I know. I just sit back and just brush it off because I have my Discord hooked up to my cell phone as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I just like brush it off to the side, you know, like usher it away. Yeah, okay.
It's easier.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry I interrupted you. I didn't mean.
No.
How did you reconnect?
So while I was locked up for armed robbery, the adopted mom came visiting me, sat me down, and while we were sitting there talking, she's like, I don't know why I come here to see you anyways. You're not even my kid. And got up and walked away.
Oh, shit.
So when the other guards that were there watching, because you know they monitor your visitations and stuff like that really closely, right?
Right.
So when the other guards heard that, they told the guard who was my case manager, so to speak.
Right.
That what had transpired. So she came and grabbed me right away out of my unit, and then brought me into her office and sat me down and was talking with me and was like, okay, well, you know, we know everything that goes on here anyway, so we understand you just went through this thing. Like, are you okay? Like, do you want to talk about it? How did that make you feel? Because we don't want you exploding and getting, and you know, causing harm to others or yourself. So I was like, well, I don't know how to feel about it.
Right.
Then she's like, well, okay. Let me introduce you to the native elders that we have here. And I'll get you guys to sit down and talk. I'm like, okay. Now, the government, whether it's the correctional facilities, like the correctional, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like they all have that same information, so they know you're indigenous,
right?
Even if you don't, because that's already there in all your files that they don't show you.
Right.
Well, we gotta keep this hidden. He doesn't know about the fact that he's native yet.
That system is so fucked up.
I know, right? So then, talking with that native elder about it, and she was like, well, let me get a hold of a social worker for you to fill out the forms to find out who your parents are and stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's do it. And then the social worker comes, brings my case file after I filled out all the forms for it, sits down and says, oh yeah, well you're native. And I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, you're native. But your mother's a drunken Indian, and I don't think she's really going to want to meet you or know you. That was social worker, child welfare. So what she didn't realize was that my case manager I had for the correctional facility, the guard had taken her time and literally showed me the newspapers showing that Indigenous women in Canada were yelling and screaming for their children to come back, to be given back.
Right.
And wanting them home. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue. And sure enough, about 2 years later, so about a year after I got out of jail, I actually got the message that, yeah, okay, yeah, your mom wants to meet you and everything, and here's her phone number. So I got a hold of my mom, and actually got to meet her and everything, but the main point of that was after I was told and seen the paper and had the paperwork to prove that I'm native, it was like wake up from a nightmare. Like literally. But I guess you could say in a good way.
Right.
Because it's like, oh good, fuck, I'm not blood related to these fucking idiots at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, while I was finishing off my sentence, I spent a long time with that elder and like doing the sharing circles. And, one of the elder guys in the jail, what do we call him? A prisoner as well, was like teaching us how to make drums and stuff like that. I didn't get fully into my culture until about 21, 22. I mean, I got into it, but I didn't get into the spiritual side of it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get you.
Like I was, doing stand-ups and protests and everything else, and going to all different kinds of conferences. But I didn't literally get into my spiritual side of our culture until one day when I had got involved with a Métis association in British Columbia.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. So, at that time, they made me the youth leader. And here I'm telling all these young kids to go to school, quit drinking, don't do drugs,
right.
And then afterwards that night, I'd be at the bar getting high and getting drunk and partying like crazy, right?
I have more in common with that experience than you might think.
Yeah. So I'm sitting back and I'm going, well, I can't keep teaching these young kids to do something that I'm not willing to do myself, or that I'm not doing myself, right?
Right.
So I basically, after that, got myself clean and sober. I had some biker friends who introduced me to an ex-biker, an ex-motorcycle club member who opened up a recovery house. And I went and got hope from that. Because there was a lot of shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And actually, I find it really grateful. The 12-step program helped me to get from the bullshit in my head to my heart.
Right.
And it connected that dot and allowed me the framework to do it, right? And then a buddy of mine in the program was like, hey, Lost, you ever been to a sweat lodge? And I'm like, what? What's that? He's like, oh, come on, bro. It's time to go, let's go.
And that was with the Matisse?
No. This was actually an BC native who I met in the AA program, recovery program, that introduced me and took me to this guy who was a Cree guy, and who was running sweats in British Columbia there in Vancouver area. So he's like, took me there and I met the guy and went in the sweat and that was the day that my heart went from black to actually coming to life. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I getcha.
Like, I don't know, man. I grew up with a lot of rage and anger. I didn't like a lot of people. Like literally, I didn't like a lot of people. So that was pretty much my introduction. And I just jumped in full-hearted, went full war on it.
Very cool.
Well, I think, like some of my cousins tease me and go like, you know, well, look at this guy, comes along and hasn't even been here for that long and already knows about our culture, more about our culture than I do when I grew up here all my life. I laugh at them and go, yeah, silly cousins who sit there and grew up on the reds around their culture all their life and don't know a damn thing about their culture and expect it to be handed to them on a silver platter. Well, those of us that don't have to fight and work our ass hard to learn our culture.
Yeah, we got to catch up. That's
exactly right. We have such a huge portion of our life, and especially in those really important learning young years, growing up and becoming between a child, being born as a baby, and becoming a grown man or a grown woman or a grown two-spirited, that we have all that learning time that's lost that we gotta make up for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's part of why I struggle to try and make, like, the videos that I've done so far. I've tried to make them very broadly indigenous.
Yeah.
Is specifically because I know that if I focus in on one particular culture, then there's going to be a lot of people watching it who will want that kind of content, but they'll be like, okay, but you're just talking about the Lakota, or you're just talking about the Navajo. Where's my rep? You know, because there's so little out there, which I'm hoping that improves. Because like I can't speak to like South American stuff. I mean I know a little bit about some of the stuff that goes on in the Caribbean because I have people there. But if we talk about like what's going on in Paraguay, I don't know. I don't know hardly anything going on down there. I don't know, political stuff happening in Chile and how to revive culture well and accurately for that. So I'm like, I hope that we get more and more creators who can focus in on those sorts of issues. I know that there's a good Canadian contingent finally, now that like the Wet'suwet'en protests and the Odin protests have gotten a lot of press. People have finally started asking, oh, did you know there's more than one tribe up north? You know, so that's good. But
That's a start.
Yeah, no kidding. But I'd also like them to know, hey, did you know there's more than one tribe in all of Central America? Did you know there's still tribes in Central America? They're not gone. So
Yeah, well, there's like still over 500 tribes, and we're all unique and different.
yeah.
Usually, a lot of the things that I'll cover is like the medicine wheel. So what I'll do is I'll say, okay, the medicine wheel, all tribes have a medicine wheel. So we're all connected that way. But each tribe has their own different teaching and understanding of that medicine wheel.
Yeah. Well, and it sucks. You got to be like kind of pan-Indian about it, even if you don't want to be.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, that's the only way you can speak to more than 12 people, you know?
Exactly, right? But that's, I mean, to be honest, we didn't really have a problem with being pan-Indian and being able to explain, well, okay, you know, this is how this tribe, my tribe, does it. Other tribes have different way of doing it. And then show them a bit of some of the other tribes so they get a basic principle and idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't mean that we, you know, can't specify our group and still be talking about broader stuff. I just mean it makes it harder for especially people that are trying to reconnect. I don't want to scare them away. You know, like here's the 900 pages of crap you're going to have to learn before you're even allowed in the door, you know? I don't want to be that guy.
You and me both.
So what got you online? When did you really start like streaming and such?
Well, let me see. First, I got into the streaming. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, I just realized I hadn't done it yet. I'm like, okay.
Hold on. First I got onto Twitch because I started playing Dungeons and Dragons online game.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, there's plenty of Twitch streamers that stream the game that you can learn a lot from it, right? So I'm like, okay, because other video games that I played, you know, you go to YouTube and you can watch it on YouTube and get the basic principles, foundations, and so forth, and the mechanics of it.
Right.
Or learn better about whatever class and race and so forth that you pick for your game. So I was like, okay, well, let me check this out. And then one day, when none of the streamers that I was watching from that game were on, I was like, okay, well, let's see what's going on here. So I went and searched through, and I was like, oh, look, protest. Well, that sparked my interest.
Okay.
Being that in my younger years, I haven't done a whole lot of protests for a while lately. But in my younger years, I was like at almost every single protest and everything possible. Young, dumb, wild, and you know. So I'm like, okay, let's check this out. So I was watching some of the Portland protests. I was like, okay. Then the streamers of it that were actually out there videoing it, I'm like, hey, this is what they're about to do. And sure as shit, they did it. They're like, how the hell did you know that? Because I've seen it before. This isn't my first time at the rodeo, you know?
Right.
And then got talking in that community, became a mod in a couple of those protest streamers. Then a really awesome lady that I met through that was like, why don't you stream? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? She's like, well,
What is this streaming you're talking about?
yeah, what is this? Right? Real, you know, 1800 rezzed out mind frame. So I'm like, well, why would I want to do that? And she's like, well, you're indigenous and you have a lot of experience in all of this stuff. So why wouldn't you? And I'm like, well, first off, I don't have a camera or anything. And she's like, oh, well, let me help you out and fix that. Next thing you know, some camera and mic shows up in my mail or being delivered to me, and I'm like, wow, holy shit. So, then shortly after it arrived, like maybe like 2 days later, she got me onto this program that her and a friend of hers were doing, and was asking me about like the 60s scoop and all of those things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I did an interview with them, and then I started streaming, and pretty much sat back and went, well, what do I want my streams to be about? I don't want to be like every other Tom, Dick, and Harry out there on stream, right? So I'm like, well, no, we're gonna do the indigenous take and value and way of life. That's what we're gonna do. That I can speak from,
right?
With great extensive knowledge. So I'm just like, yeah, here we are.
How long ago was that?
Oh God. I think I started streaming like maybe 2 months ago.
Oh, is that all? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been on the ground floor. Sweet.
Yeah, you're in on the ground floor. You're actually, well, I did an interview with Spook, but it was on Spook's channel.
I still have not actually. I've seen Spook a couple of times, but every time I'm on, they're not streaming. So I think I've only seen like one of their streams.
Yeah, he does like I think twice a week on YouTube, and then I think like maybe once or maybe twice on Twitch.
Okay. Yeah, we just seem to have opposite schedules because I never see him on.
Well, you know what the great thing is?
Now, Spook's the one that did the video game, right?
Yes, Neil
Yeah,
Hughes.
okay.
He's the one that completely did that all on his own. Which is pretty cool if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on Hawaiian time. He's on Hawaiian time. So it's late anyway.
That was so weird. I had to do field school in Hawaii, and the time difference for like talking to my friends was so strange because it's impossible to get used to. By the time you get there and you're used to when the sun is going to come up, now that you're adjusted, that's when you end up leaving, and so your time's all screwed up when you get home too. So I never felt comfortable there, but it's a gorgeous place. I could not live there, but it is a gorgeous place.
Yeah. I think, most of us indigenous people, even if we go to like Hawaii or New Zealand, Australia, and so forth, we love it. It's great. It's beautiful, but it's not our homeland.
Yeah, it's not that I felt uncomfortable, which that wasn't it at all. I felt quite comfortable, and I knew some people who were actually they were fairly like Hawaiian sovereigntists, which was cool, and they were very accepting, but I don't think I could stay there long term. It just didn't feel right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Because we're so used to. Oh, by the way, thank you, Rebel Gender, for the follow. Welcome in.
Well, and Elizabeth is in Thailand, so yeah, your time is. Aren't you are you yesterday or are you tomorrow? It's one of those, isn't it?
I think it's tomorrow. She's already in.
Okay. She's talking to us from the future.
Yeah. She's talking to us from the future. It's like where we come from, our land that we come from, is always home to us. No matter, she's in tomorrow for you. Okay. So she's behind us. It always calls us home. We don't feel comfortable calling any other place home other than where we're from, right?
Yeah, I have trouble. I don't know. I have trouble explaining it. Like I know you understand.
Yeah.
But it's not that I want to say, unless you're born there, it's not really your land. It's not that kind of attitude. It's more like, no, there's a spot that actually makes sense to your body. And not everybody's spot is the same.
Exactly.
And half my people are from the tropics, but Hawaii is different for some reason. I think, the animals are different and the environment is slightly different, and that's enough. And then I can't really do it.
Yeah, like I was telling Elizabeth the other day, where you're from and the diet that comes from there plays a very major part too, right? Like especially the traditional diet.
Oh yeah.
So it's like with us indigenous people, if we spend too much time eating not our traditional foods, we end up with like diabetes and whatnot, right?
That's I'm trying to remember. There's like a slang phrase, and I don't remember how it's pronounced, but it's from one of the dudes I know who's from a Californian tribe, and it's smells like milk, which was one of the terms that they used to use about white people, because the California tribes, their diet is mostly fish and vegetables. They didn't have a lot of milk, so they didn't drink any milk. And most of them are lactose intolerant too.
Yeah.
So for them, when they first started encountering Europeans, they thought they smelled funny. And it turns out they kind of smelled like cheese because they smelled like they drank a lot of milk. So they called them smells like milk. And I just think that's the best possible name for a group of people from Europe. Well, you smell like cheese. But
you know, it's kind of funny, like, even the names and what we call things is so pure compared to, like, the English language that's basically a language set up to be lies.
yeah, like what Teeth is saying, the air tastes different.
Yeah.
It really does. That was probably the weirdest part about Hawaii, was because, you know, you're surrounded by salt air, but it's a different kind of ocean from where any of my people know. And I'm like, this it's just strange here. I like it, but it's strange.
Yeah. I mean, then we go even deeper than it, right? It's not where our specific ancestors, we don't have that connection.
Oh yeah, my ancestors have no connection to Hawaii. Like, even if you do, like, the genetic testing, if you want to go into that stuff, it's like, there is no Asian in me at all. So, yeah, it doesn't do well. Anything west of California, really, it just doesn't make any sense to my body.
Yeah, like, and that's a lot of the things that, like, a lot of people don't understand that. It's like, well, no, we have a land area that we have lived for generations, since the beginning of time and before, and that's where our connection lies. It doesn't lie in some other place. It is right exactly there.
Now, temperature is a different thing.
Yeah, well.
Canada gets freaking cold.
Yeah.
But my body refuses to believe that degree of cold exists. It's like, no, this is not real. I open the door. That's what I'm saying. I open the door. My soul says, no, that is not right. And then I just have to go back inside. It's not even a thing.
It's kind of hilarious because, like, my tribe, we migrated with the season.
Right.
We have other tribes up here, like Cree and whatnot, that literally, like, enjoyed way up northern Canada, where it gets even colder. Right?
Yeah, like those Inuit guys. I know a couple of people who are they're like from Alaska area. So, and then not even South Alaska, they're from like mid Alaska, so they're past the Arctic Circle. And they cannot stand coming down to visit for very long, because they're like, you can't take off enough clothes to be cool enough in this weather. Because when I was hanging out with them, it was in the middle of summer, and middle of summer, especially where I am, gets to like 100 degrees, and they're just sitting. That's all they could do, was just sit, because any exertion was too much warm. It just turned the air conditioner on blast, and that was about all they could manage.
Well, I mean, for a lot of them, they have like 2 months of straight sunlight and summer.
I know.
And then the rest of the year is like snow and dark.
I am trying to imagine even a solid month of nothing but sunlight. Like, I would go insane. Absolutely, that would ruin my entire body clock completely.
They like literally have their like windows in their homes completely like covered so that it completely blocks out sunlight. Just for that specifically. And you go like, wow.
Yeah.
But they're used to it, right?
So they say. I don't always know if I believe them. Oh no, this is perfectly normal. Are you sure? Are you really sure? But, you know, they've been living there for a bit. Maybe they're right.
Yeah, it's like, it's so interesting. Because it's a constant. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many differences on Turtle Island between all our tribes, but there's so many similarities too. Like, literally, our connection to the earth is our connection to the land.
That's what truly baffles me about, and yet, like, I know that there's the whole transhumanist thing and body modification and all that, and I get it.
Yeah.
But the people who are just completely out of touch with their environment, like they don't know that it's about to rain, that kind of thing. It just it confuses me. How do you not know even basic stuff?
I don't know. I guess probably because they're so far from themselves.
It must be.
Yeah. Like a hawk is to the moon.
That's why they want to copy us so much.
Yeah.
That's why we're the cool ones.
One of my elders told me one time when he was explaining to me different things and teaching me. He explained to me, he says, the four cardinal colors, or race colors, red, yellow, and black, all still have their sacred stone that Creator gave them. So, yellow Asian people had jade, and they still have it. Black people have onyx, they still have it. Us native people have the red pipestone, we still have it. White people, when Moses came down from the mountain with that granite stone with God's law written into it, and seeing all his people doing everything against it. Oh, okay, Ray, have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging out. He threw it down on the ground and smashed it. So they lost their sacred stone. That's why they're so lost today.
I'd never heard that one before. That's an interesting story.
That's a Lakota thing. That's a Dakota history story that we look at when we talk about the Porter Reckonings. Hey, thank you for the 200 bits, Ray. Sweet, thank you very much.
Spend the bits. Feed us all your bits.
Hey, you know, most of us native people live in poverty, so it helps.
That's no shit. That's actually, I'm hoping that when it comes to, especially streaming, but also YouTube, Patreon, that sort of thing, I'm actually hoping that as more natives get onto these platforms, that it starts to build momentum so that they can start like making it their job and be able to survive, because there's so little access.
Well, like, I don't know why, we don't have like 10K people and up watching us. Yet some of these people that have like 10K and over people watching them literally don't even need any of the money that they're doing with subscriptions or bits and stuff. They don't need it. They like literally got tons of money.
Well, that's what we're doing wrong, because they spend all their money on advertising.
Yeah.
We spend all our money on food, like, you know, like fools.
How dare we?
Right? Yeah, I started out because getting in touch with my family was such a strange experience. And I'm sure you've run into these people. The white guy that says that he's part Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My great grandmother was 1/3 Cherokee, and she was a Cherokee princess.
Right. But we don't remember the name. Nobody wrote down the name, and the church burned down. And then she died before she could write down what her name was. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the best part of that was that my family used to say that, because they're all from the South.
Yeah.
And they used to say they were Cherokee. And when I was like 10, okay, that was believable. But when I started getting older, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The slang phrases and stuff that they used weren't Cherokee. They didn't really obey like the Cherokee calendar or anything like that. So I'm like, this can't be right. So as I started looking into it, that's when I found out that the family was from Trinidad. And I don't know if they were trying to cover up their identity, what was going on.
That's quite possible.
Yeah, and so I ended up becoming like the family genealogist. So I'm the one who knows all of the family history. So they come to me and they're like, "Are we related to these people? Are you kidding me? Like, you guys are older than I am. You're supposed to know this stuff." But yeah, I found out that, you know, I still have family on the islands. So started getting in touch with people who lived in the Caribbean, seeing what was going on down there. And yeah, that reconnecting with your tribe when you don't have ready access is such a struggle to explain to people who think, like, that's the thing I really can't get past, is the people who think that claiming that you're Indian is cool. Like, why do you think this is cool? Do you have any idea how much of a pain in the ass this is?
I know, right?
And by the way, when you show up and hang out with your people for 10 minutes, they're like, "Who the hell are you? Who are you related to?" And you don't know, because you just got there, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, I've been there. And then on top of that, why would you want to be a nation or to be a native if you're not native, when we are one of the most races that are literally hardcore genocide for over 500 years?
I don't understand that part at all. They think we're cool until we want stuff, like a house.
Yeah. How dare we? Or food in our fridge.
Yeah, or maybe some grazing land. You know, wouldn't that be weird?
Yeah.
No, sorry, that's all a national park now.
Yeah.
Well, that's not my fault. Y'all came later. Nothing I can do about that.
You know, and it still surprises me today, because I find a lot of people, when we bring up the subject of land back, they literally think we're like going to kick them out of their homes.
It's because that's what they do. I swear that's got to be it. They think it's like a landlord evicting a tenant. It's like, what? Yeah,
And
that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just they have such a weird view of that whole thing, and I don't understand why.
I think it's their fear that we're going to do to them what they did to us.
Yeah. Like, I'm not looking for revenge. I I don't have that kind of time or that kind of energy. Could you imagine taking revenge on every white person in the country? That would be exhausting.
Exhausting. And not to mention, higher explorers and Juana. It's okay. The amount of anger and rage and hatred that you would have to swallow into the core of your being to want to murder every single non-indigenous person on Turtle Island as payback, that would literally, you'd be finding yourself getting all kind of illnesses and diseases.
That's why I because the people who brought me into, especially the Two-Spirit community, were predominantly Muskogee Creek and Cherokee.
Yeah.
And so I learned a lot about their culture. And one of the ideas that I've always liked was blood madness. This idea that you just get so filled with hate and violence that you are no longer human.
Exactly.
You become this monster, and the only way to get over it is you go on a healing journey. It's like a week, and you talk to no one, and they sit you away from the rest of the village because you will spread your disease. And I'm like, yep, I understand that. That makes sense to me.
See, and then I'll sit back and I'll be like, well, let me put it this way. If the home you're sitting in right now was on, and the land that it's on was to be given back to the actual indigenous people whose lands it really is in the first place, let me see, new landlord, hey, what skills do you have? Oh, you can fix computers? Okay, good. We have a whole bunch of people that need help with their computers being fixed.
Right.
Oh, you're a plumber?
Yeah, no kidding. Teachers, we could use a few of those. That'd be nice.
Yeah, exactly, right? Here, we have a whole bunch of kids that need to be taught. Well, now part of your rent is teaching. Or you're a plumber, your rent is helping to make sure that all the plumbing in all the homes, including the res and the other homes that are in the lands that we just got back, are all up to par.
Right.
Oh, you're good with roofing? Well, we have a whole shit ton of roofs that need fixing. Oh, you're good with construction? All these different things, right?
Well, and I don't think Juana is wrong. The sense of justification, like righteous anger. Yeah. I don't think that's wrong. It's just, I think that there's a perception that anger would be channeled immediately into violence, which, no, there would be some resentment, and that'd be something we'd have to work through, but it's not automatically going to become like a murdering spree. Exactly the same way that, the protests that have just happened, they didn't immediately kill everyone who lived in the city. They went on a march. There's a big difference.
Exactly, right? We're not interested in immediately jumping into violence.
Right.
Traditionally and historically, violence was like the very last resort.
Yeah, warfare is not fun. It's very expensive.
Aim.
Aim.
Mana. You from Aim? Kola.
Well, and a really big movement that AIM themselves, one of their major publicity motions was they would, like when they took over Alcatraz,
Yeah.
That was a non-violent protest. They just took over an island, one that nobody was even on. It got a lot of attention, but it's not like they burned the island to the ground.
Yeah, like us indigenous people who have spent generations before time even started being caretakers of Turtle Island, and as the European settlers, when they came over here, realized, oh my God, look at the beauty of all this wildlife around us that's been perfectly taken care of. Wow.
Yeah, and then they ate it.
Yeah.
Well, at EO, you're not wrong. Especially with there are other cultures that have these allowances for incredibly violent warfare, but there's also the appreciation that that's something that should be rare. This is something that should not be a normal occurrence. So even if you're talking about like the berserkers, these are guys that really had to get themselves worked up and then they went out to fight. So the idea that, like, if they gave land back, every brown person would suddenly, like a switch would flip and we'd suddenly all turn into bloodthirsty monsters. Like, okay, no, first of all, we're going to have to do some stretching.
Yeah.
Second of all, we're probably going to need to get some food together because this is going to take a while. At the bare minimum, even if you want to assume that we're going to go on this murdering spree, there's going to be some prep time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Leonard Peltier for one.
Yeah, and that was violence perpetrated against them. That wasn't automatically them going out and being violent against everybody else.
Yeah. But they don't want to tell you that, right?
No. They were stockpiling guns because they were going to start World War III.
Yeah, right. Okay. Most natives live in such poverty, it's below the third world level. And they expect that we're going to come out with like AKs and tanks and whatnot. Yeah, right.
Yeah, where do they think we're going to get those supplies?
Exactly.
It's just such a weird construct to me.
Like, granted, I guess, if we reached out to other countries that were fighting against colonization and capitalism, we could probably find some good allies there. But we're not. The Warriors' Way and the Warriors' Code never puts war, actual physical war, first. Never. It's always been try to find every single way possible to settle the situation in a peaceful way that's mutually agreeable to everyone. And if that fails and everything else fails, even then it's still a hard push. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and EO is asking about, what conspiracy theory is this? It's the frequent conversation that is had when we try to push for indigenous sovereignty. Because the examples that will be brought up to say, well, we can't have indigenous sovereignty because that gets dangerous. And then they'll point to things like the Sandinistas, or they'll point to the Contras, these groups who are predominantly communist in their construction, like their actual political aims. And there have been violent clashes with those groups. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's factored in. There's the drug war, which the United States started.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll use the example of Cuba, which that's a whole other train wreck. We tried to take over Cuba, goodness knows how many times. But those are the rebellions that they'll point to and say, well, if we give natives land, then they'll foment a rebellion. And it's like, where are you getting this narrative from? These are people that have been fighting for decades for basic existence. You know.
Over 500 plus years.
Yeah. That's the thing. The hard to push for peace against the profitability of war. That's as soon as you turn warfare into a money-making prospect, you know, you've got all these industrial giants like Boeing making war jets, and then they get no bid contracts. Well, of course they're going to keep coming out with newer models of fighter jets, and it's going to keep costing more and more money. And then they get a lot of attention from political officials because they can fund political campaigns, and it turns into this bigger and bigger circle. And all we're asking for is some basic sovereignty, you know, some food in our bellies and a roof over our heads. And they turn it into, oh, well, you're going to kick us all back to the sea. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's the fallacy and propaganda of the 1% that is rich, because they don't want to give up that profit. Yeah. U.S. didn't start drug war. The first millionaire, John Jacob, made his money smuggling opium, China in violation of the UK Rothschild opium addiction prohibition.
Well, EO, I'm talking specifically about the war, which was started under Nixon. The thing that they call the war on drugs.
Yeah. And we're not talking about the CIA one either with Vietnam either.
No, which is a whole other kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Which then, you know, we could have a conversation about arms smuggling that's going on in South America right now. But
yeah,
that's a topic for another day.
Cola, I'm gonna let you take over the stream for a moment. I'm gonna get something more to drink.
Sweet.
So have fun with these youngsters.
Okay. Well, do you all have any questions for me? Sue had said that several of you have seen some of the videos that I've done, so I was just curious if any of you had ideas about things like Indigenous history and how it relates to like the anarchist movement or the socialist philosophers that came around and started the idea of living from a more communist perspective, or examining social structures and government structures from a more socialist perspective. Did y'all have any questions about that kind of thing? Or you can just ask me whatever comes into your heads. It's up to you. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat. The only way modern military forces become competent in violence is by indoctrination. Yeah, that's a key point, Elizabeth. The mentality of a soldier and the idea that we would have a group of people specifically trained only for violence is a very modern Western concept. In virtually every other culture that you examine, where even where they had professional soldiers, like you want to go all the way back to Rome, the idea that you would be a soldier your entire life was ridiculous. You would fight when you were young, that's when you were out on the front, and then you would come back and retire and become a senator, or you would just live a very wealthy life, especially if you were a successful general. But there's been virtually no culture that had a military as career trajectory until you get into the modern period, really.
Yep.
And I think that costs us a lot, because it makes us think of warfare as something that a person can naturally be born into and can just maintain for the entire life. Well, and even the Spartans, you would be in battle until you were in about your 20s, 20 to 25, and then you married and you settled down and you had kids, and you were not considered a warrior at that point. The U.S. would never get involved in gun and drug smuggle. No. Why would you think that?
That couldn't be true.
Yeah, and Rebel Gender, a very good example, is the city Cincinnati is named for a Roman Cincinnatus, who he was a farmer, who happened to have been a successful general, and then during a period of the empire where they were in a bit of a mess, I think there had been a battle where several of their leaders were killed, and they hit up Cincinnatus, and they're like, okay, dude, you get to be the emperor for the next couple of months. Show us what the heck to do, command the army, and make this work. And he did, and then as soon as the war was over with, he retired back to farming again. And so he was hailed as this perfect Roman, that he was a soldier, he was a general, he was good at it. And then when his time to fight was over with, he went and tended his crops, like a good Roman should. So yeah, the idea of being a career soldier would have been bizarre, even to a Roman.
I don't know, man. I think women having rights is not a question of whether they should or shouldn't. It just is. See, indigenous culture was a matriarchal society. That means our women were the ones that literally had control over a lot of things and a say in a lot of things. The women owned the homes, not the men, the women.
Yeah, that's in one of my classes on feminist theory, no less. And they were talking about European women and the suffragette movement and fighting for the vote. And I was talking about the Iroquoian system and how you didn't even have a title unless the mother of the family said that you were okay to be a leader. And so I was trying to explain the difference, the almost confusion that an Iroquoian woman would have had sitting in on a meeting with a bunch of suffragettes. Because here's suffragettes saying, we deserve the vote, we deserve to be equal to a man. And any Iroquoian woman would have found that the height of insult. What do you mean equal to a man? I'm not going to lower myself to being equal to a man. So, yeah, it kind of blew the minds of a few people in the class. Because they're like, what? So that's what a matriarchy is? Like, yes. Women actually getting to make their own decisions. Wouldn't that be weird?
Let me know if I can have a job doing something. Well, in indigenous society, everyone had a job. Everyone had a role to play.
Yeah. I say lower myself because if they were in a room with a group of suffragettes, they would have considered their arguments to be an insult. I don't mean that they would have. I probably should have said lower myself to being equal to a white man would be better. But yeah, I didn't mean that they would have seen men as inferior to them.
No. It's no different. Okay. Men and women were equal. Two-spirited had an equal place amongst our communities. and it's like they literally were a lot like women are life givers. They bring life into the world. Us men don't. Two-Spirited had a very specific and a very special role within our communities too. No one was left to be the, how do I put it, the outsider or the black sheep of the family. We didn't have that kind of stuff.
There's just a much more interdependent model. The idea of everyone for themselves would be a much harder sell for most of the communities, at least that I'm familiar with. I'm sure there are tribes out there who would have been much more, much less, equality-minded. I'm sure they exist. I just don't know any of them personally.
Yeah. The difference between a black sheep and a Hioka, Hioka were still a very essential part of the community. They weren't shunned away. They were respected, revered, and loved because they provided a very important service to that community. Whereas black sheep, in its English...
There you go, Juana.
Yeah, exactly, Juana. To its English example is the black sheep of the family where no one wants anything to do with them. No one wants them around. And if they gotta see you, then they're like, ugh, man. So there's a big difference. Also, I really want to know historical events from an indigenous point of view.
There are some historical records out there, especially like the example that I know of this is mainly focused on the Cherokee, not because I think that they're more important than other tribes, but just because it's one I know better. So those are the examples that I tend to fall back to. I also know some from my own culture. But once again, it's not because I think mine is the most important. But the best example that I have of reinterpreting from a more indigenous perspective is if you read the histories of European settlers coming into Cherokee areas, what you hear from the settlers is, oh yeah, they invited us in, they loved having us there, they immediately incorporated us into the community. But because the Cherokee had a fully written record starting in the 1800s, what you actually read from the Cherokee side is, well, we let these settlers come in, we made them build a school so that they could teach our children to speak German or to speak English so that they could deal with these white people. But we didn't let them build their villages right next to ours because they have this weird tradition. They pray directly to the Creator, and that's just bad. So we made them build the village a few miles away. That way, if the Creator gets mad at them, then he won't hurt us too. So even just those basic interpretations of identical events, here's these European settlers thinking, oh yeah, we only built the village a few miles away. They loved us. Here's the Cherokee saying, we made them build it a few miles away because they might get set on fire one of these days, and we really don't want that to affect our village. But yeah, so sometimes even knowing historical events the way that you're taught, it's still the same event. It's just the way that they emotionally understood what was happening is vastly different.
And what's this guy's name? Explorers. Okay, what you're saying here in your last statement is pretty much you are experiencing what capitalism is all about. You are well. And never found a home or a community. I know I'm not a black sheep because my family is okay with me. Well, if you've never found a home or community, that's because colonization and capitalization and alienation, is very, very much alienation.
Yeah, I've always understood. I shouldn't say all. It was explained to me that Heyoka is almost like a backward person.
Yep.
Okay, so they're not treated like they're an outsider to the family or they're wrong. They do things backward.
Yeah, and Heyoka plays a very important role in the community, because when a negative spirit, or what we would call an animal, or an evil spirit, if you will, would come to the village, and they would see a Heyoka there, they would think, oh, there's already one here inhabiting it, let's move on, and wouldn't bother the tribe, the community. Yep. Yeah, Lana.
Yeah, one of my friends, I think they said they had a cousin who was a Heyoka, and he actually he would even ride his horses backward, which I don't know how one does that, but yeah.
It takes skill.
Clearly, and it is a skill I do not possess. I can't even ride a horse forward, so.
I knew one that would open up a bottle of Pepsi and like literally hear it go and pour it out, and all that would come out is sand. And when you look at the can, there was no holes, there was no ceiling to redo it, and nothing. It was literally boom, just like that.
Yeah, Heyokas are an interesting thing. We have a somewhat similar concept in some of the Caribbean tribes. It's not quite the same. They weren't seen as an opposite person, but they were people who clearly did not think normally, I guess would be the best way to put it. They didn't understand things normally, and frequently those were the people who would end up becoming like healers and medicine men, because they understood things in a way that other people didn't. So,
well, a Heyoka is, how do I put it? They belong to the Thunderbeams.
Okay.
There's a very strong and direct connection between the two of them. A Heyoka also can't lie. Like, doesn't even matter if telling the truth would like cause them severe harm. They cannot lie. They have to speak the truth.
It's hard to. That's a good question, Elizabeth. It's hard to argue that that the idea of neurodivergent is the same, because the entire concept of neurodivergent is a very medical approach to what most of, and I don't want to speak for Sue here, but at least from my cultures, they wouldn't have understood a concept like your mind isn't right, because they wouldn't have seen a difference between your mind, your spirit, your body. Those things weren't divided the same way. So like psychology in the way that we think of it now wouldn't have made sense. So I know some people try to mesh the two concepts and say, oh yeah, this was our word for neurodivergent, but that's not really accurate, because we wouldn't have even understood what neurodivergent meant. It was just, no, that person's just, they act the way they act, and we act the way we act, and that's okay.
Well, explore. English words is set up to make it hard to explain or what it is you're talking about, and it's basically set up so you can lie easy.
It really is.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it really is set up that way. English is a very deceptive language.
Yeah. Yeah, Elizabeth. That sounds about right.
It's the key word there is divergent, because especially in a lot of our communities, and again, speaking from my experience, in a lot of our communities, a good story, as an example, because we love our stories. A good story, as an example, is I knew someone who their family understood them to be dead, specifically because they had been really, really sick, and they ended up actually going into a coma. And then when they woke up, they were mostly the same, but not quite. And if you were talking to, the average person on the street in the US right now, they'd say, oh, they had some brain damage. But that's not the way this person was discussed. The way that they were discussed by the family was, oh yeah, they died, they went to the lands, they came back, and some of them stayed behind. So we just don't talk about it. And so they were perfectly well incorporated back into the family. There really wasn't even much expectation that there would have to be, some sort of special consideration or anything like that. It was like, no, if there's things they can't do now, then there's things they can't do now, because they died. There's parts of them that aren't going to be the same. So even the idea of divergent from the norm, that wouldn't have made much sense, because there wouldn't have been a standard for normal. There's just the standard for the way that you behave.
Yeah, exactly. So we're at the 3 hour and 28 minute mark. This is where I shill for myself. If you like this content, you're enjoying what's going on here, feel free to follow. Follows are free. If you want to help this channel grow and have more times like this, please feel free to subscribe or donate bits. Are always welcome. Not necessary, but it does help, and it's much appreciated. And with that, we'll get back to our conversation.
This was your commercial break.
This was your commercial break, yeah. Hope you liked it.
Yeah, bad air. That's getting closer to the way that it would have, a lot of these ideas would have been understood, at least for my community, was, no, it's not that air is bad, it's that piece of air over there is not doing well. So it wouldn't have been seen, and it wouldn't have been seen as the air is wrong. It would just be that air is acting differently right now, and we need to let it finish whatever it is it needs to do, to sort of extend your analogy.
Yeah.
Personally, I find a lot of indigenous teaching to be more comforting because it doesn't set up this idea of average. You know, there's no, you know what I mean? So do you run into that?
Yeah.
That there's not really a concept of normal. There's
No.
just a concept of the way we tend to behave,
Yep.
which is different.
Yeah. There's no. How do I put this? In our traditional language, there is no word for normal. Normal is a colonial capitalist construct to pigeonhole you and make you conform to whatever it is they want.
Well, and make you feel bad if you don't.
Exactly.
It's like the really about the guilt. They love them some guilt. I don't act like the person next to me, therefore I'm broken.
Yeah.
No. You're strange, but okay.
There's no concept of normal.
Yeah, the Cherokee word for, I guess the equivalent would be homosexual, but not really. It's a slightly different concept. But the Cherokee word for, I guess, gayness actually translates to those people. It's like even the idea that they would be a separate type of person doesn't really work. It's just, no, that's the way those people are attracted. This is the way these people are attracted. That it wouldn't even process for someone to think, oh, there's heterosexual, which is normal, and then we have to come up with this special word for not heterosexual. No, he acts like those people who act like that.
Yeah.
It is a very Christian concept. Yeah, guilt is the only word I can think of. I see what you're saying, Theo. Guilt is the word that comes most readily to me. I don't know exactly what the best word would be. I think it illustrates the point well enough. Sort of like internal griefing, maybe? Maybe it's not guilt, maybe it's like that social pressure that you have to behave that right way, which is, based on this very weird construct of the perfect person.
I'm trying to see.
Plus, most of the natives I know are kind of wacky anyway.
Oh, there it is. Hang on. Okay. Speak up again?
Did you lose me?
No, I'm just adjusting the volume. I'm trying to work with the volume here so we can all hear better.
We've been called worse. Yeah, EO, I'm not saying that guilt is intrinsically or even that normal is. It's just that idea has like been magnified as Christian dogma has spread. I'm sure there were ideas of guilt that predate and fed into Christianity. But now it's the thing that we deal with the most because it's the thing we're surrounded by the most.
Is that much better volume-wise for everyone? Yes, no, maybe so. Let me know.
Well, I'm not seeing any objections.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay. Good. Well, the background noise, but I can't. But I can hear writing well. Okay, good. So, yeah, I think the concept of normal probably was along the same timeline with King Constantine. When he had that big council where they would like dictate and figure out the basic gist and program of society, like how to control it and make people conform to whatever this council felt was appropriate for society at the time.
Yeah, the whole dogma thing that we're going to put this rule book down and you're going to have to obey according to it. It's a very specific cultural thing. You know, there were sections of China that had that, and it was true of several philosophies from there. It happened occasionally in Europe, it happened a few times in Africa, and it happened a few times with, you know, a few indigenous populations as well. But overall, like human-wide, that's a really rare thing that someone comes up with a rule book that everybody has to obey.
This is true.
Which is not the same thing as not having law. Because there were plenty of tribes that didn't have a specific guide to best person, but they still had ideas of crime. You know, you weren't allowed to just run around murdering people. You weren't allowed to run around stealing things. So they still had an idea of not being a bad person, but like a strict definition of this is normal and this is not. That was a lot rarer.
Okay, Rebel, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. And cool, yeah. Thank you for lurking to keep the view count.
It was good meeting you, Rebel. Oh, so Elizabeth, you mentioned that you were looking into the books. This is actually something that has bounced around inside the comments on that video. The two books that I say are starter texts, those are the ones that I really recommend for people who are just getting to know the ideas that I'm putting in the video. The Columbus and Other Cannibals book, which is by Jack Forbes, and the one on anarchist movements in Latin America, those are all dense. And especially the Jack Forbes one, I don't actually agree. It's not that I disagree with him. It's that I don't completely agree with him. The main reason I recommended that book was because he's a really good illustration of how you can have modern anarchist and socialist ideas and not rely on any European scholar. You can work completely from a native template and still come up with a lot of the same ideas, and they still work and they're still coherent. So he makes a good argument, but he's also a pretty heavy slog, and his conclusions are he's almost kind of a nihilist, well, nihilist isn't fair. He's kind of a cynic. He's really dark about his conclusions. It's not very optimistic. So don't start with him, is what I'm saying. Don't start with the Jack Forbes. Start with the Great Law of Peace deep dive. That is the first book that I recommend. That one's really good. I've actually had several people who've ended up buying that one specifically because I recommended it, and they've all enjoyed it. But the later books that are in the recommended list are not starter texts.
And have a good sleep, explorers. Thank you for coming and hanging out. You're welcome back anytime.
Oh God, Justinian. Yes. EO. That's a good one.
Yeah, let's see if I feel Justinian was a Jew more than Constantine. Come up with a rule book that everyone has to obey. Okay, you don't know about current China with social credit points and shipping for people to prove they're down with cause. No, I don't know about current China with its social credit points and mobile app. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's why I say like humanity-wide rather than specific government programs.
Yeah.
Because I don't claim to know the current government policies when it comes to China. I'm not in any way an expert on Chinese policy or Chinese structure. That's not an area that I ever focused on. I know a little bit about some of, especially the Western African countries, a fair amount about the Americas, but Asia was never really on my radar.
Yeah. I don't know much about, like, I know a little bit about Asia, but I don't know enough about, like, to know what's exactly going on at this very second. I don't know.
Well, they've had a lot of changes just in the last, like, 40, 50 years that have, as in, the sequence of events sped up a lot. And I know people who specialize just on China. And I'm like, you know your stuff. I'm not going to pretend. I am not going to in any way try to speak for your area of expertise, because I hang out with them for 20 minutes and I'm like, I've heard of a country called China, but clearly I know nothing.
Yeah. Exactly. And you're right, Elizabeth, yeah.
Very
Credit
true.
score. Yeah. If you behave how capitalist society wants you to, then you get a good credit score. To go further into that.
Well, and that, you know, that affects so much of your life, because they'll even check your credit score in order to let you travel.
Yeah.
So sometimes your
rent.
passport will get denied because your credit score is too low. I'm like, are you kidding me? Well, you might be trying to flee the country. What? Okay.
Okay. So you're telling me I shouldn't flee the country?
Right. Yeah, how close of an eye are you keeping on me right now? Oh, my credit score is entirely shot. I went to college because clearly I'm a fool. And the loan debt related to going to school was more than enough to guarantee that I am never going to be buy a house.
Yeah, I don't have any credit at all. Something about banks and credit bureaus don't really like giving credit to people who have armed robbery on their criminal records.
Yeah.
It's just some weird thing.
Well, and it doesn't matter how young you were.
Yeah.
That is a mark for the rest of your life.
Exactly. I'm like 48, almost 49, so I'm close to my 50s. My armed robbery was like between 18 and 19,
Mm-hmm.
and it still affects me today.
Yeah, I worked at a restaurant where almost all of the kitchen staff were on some form of, I think a couple of them were on work release, but most of them, it was just that they were ex-felons and they couldn't get any kind of an office job.
Yeah.
So they had to work at a kitchen they were making as much money as the waiters were. which is not much. And it was because that you can't get a job because you've been in prison. So great, you get to work in a kitchen for the rest of your life. And we had like our cook was, I think he was 60, something like that. One of our cooks, and it was a similar story. He'd had some felony when he was like 18 or 19, like that. That was twice, 2 lifetimes ago for him.
Yeah.
So, at what point do we acknowledge? Okay, I think you've behaved well long enough. You know?
Oh yeah. Even to get a pardon is like extremely hard too.
Yeah.
What's this say? Yeah, it's like, wow. So, like up in Canada, you need to cough up $500 just to start the proceeding to get a pardon.
Really?
Yeah, that's not including the lawyer fee. And then moving forward for that, if there's any extra cost or added costs, you have to pay that as well. It's like really stupid. And then if you don't have that money, forget it. You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
And it's like they always talk about, well, rehabilitation. We're all about rehabilitating these criminals so that they can be productive members of society.
Yeah, they're very generous on their part.
Yeah, so generous. I definitely have to read Jack Forbes' book eventually. I really want to understand a form of anarchism that isn't bastardized.
Oh yeah, I don't want to talk anyone out of reading it ever. I like to make sure up front, because there are, especially some of the people who've seen the video, I have now learned, are fairly well versed in like intro level texts, so they don't need that introduction. And most of them kind of got burned on the Forbes text because they read it too early, and so they have sort of said, "Why are you recommending that book? It's so dense, it's so heavy." I'm like, well, you know, not everybody's coming to this fresh. Some people want additional reading, but yeah, I try to tell people who are new to the thing that start with the first 2 books because they're a lot easier. They're a lot easier on the brain.
Yeah, you don't want to scare them away with having.
No. It's like a lot of people. I don't know if you've run into this. I don't know how long you've been in the like political side of this community, but like a lot of people will recommend Conquest of Bread as like the first book, and I'm like, that book is so dense. There's so many other texts that are so much better, like ABCs of Anarchy. That one's a nice starter text. It was written to be a starter text. The Communist Manifesto, that one was written to be nice and short and easy to understand. Conquest of Bread is like this dense theoretical. Like, I know people who've recommended Karl Marx's Das Kapital. That's 3 volumes long. Like, I would never recommend that to someone who was just starting out.
You'll chase them away.
Oh, no kidding. Way to terrorize somebody. Here, let me hand you this encyclopedia. When you get done, come back and talk to me. What?
Right. You cannot expect someone that's just starting to come to understand it or to wake up, however you want to phrase it, to read something that literally would be you could use for a doorstop in the middle of a hurricane.
Yeah, there's no reason to do that to somebody.
Yeah.
Y'all are up here talking about college debt. Like, I got to the point where I started telling people that I was just treating my college like Pokemon. I just love collecting debt. That's all. I know I'm never going to be able to pay this back, so I'm just going to go. I'll borrow money until they stop lending it to me to borrow.
Hey, Lynx.
Hey, Lynx. Thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed. You said you're just dropping in. Are you not staying, or what's up?
Lynx, I don't have a mod right now. Or are you tired? Up to you.
No mods, no masters. But I know.
Oh, she just showed up. He just showed up.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just not at all. Just screw that sleep thing. Who does that?
Didn't sleep when I did.
That's right.
Hey,
I used to be.
Lynx, do you have your snacks? You better have your snacks.
There's snacks involved?
Okay, good. No, Lynx has some things that she needs to make sure that she has something to that. Yeah, she has diet. Okay.
Gotcha.
I didn't want to say it without your permission, but they have diabetes, and so they need to make sure that they have food around. Otherwise, you know.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I have some friends who are hypoglycemic, so they've got to pretty regularly snack. Otherwise, they just fall asleep in their chair.
Yeah. Sugar specifically. Yeah. You spoke of pardons. You could be completely innocent yet be incarcerated for 43 years and be totally overlooked for a pardon just to save face. Yeah, I wanna Leonard Peltier for sure, bro. For
Oh
sure.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Can I help you with audio filters sometime? Yes, please, Lynx. Please.
Yeah, I'm never going to argue that everyone who's... That's some bullshit.
And it's not just Leonard Peltier. Leonard Peltier is one of the more famous ones. But there's like tons of indigenous brothers and sisters that are literally either been sitting in prison or are still sitting in prison for like basically being an Indian.
Yeah, some of the biggest insults in the world, like these states that are decriminalizing pot, but they will keep the people in jail who were arrested for pot before it was decriminalized. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, same in Canada. Just before Canada decriminalized marijuana, the cops decided, oh, well, let's do all these arrests.
Oh, shit.
And there are still people that are sitting in prison today that only have drug charges.
Yeah.
And they won't release them. They won't completely wipe that off their record. But apparently, you know, we've legalized marijuana.
Well, they got to justify building all those prisons.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I've signed his petition a few times too, Lana.
I think the closest he got was some people thought that Obama was going to pardon him, and that was the closest it ever got.
Yeah, sadly.
It was. I don't think Obama ever said he was going to do it, but there were some people who were hoping that, like, in the last year of his second term, because it wasn't going to cost him anything politically, there were a few people who were really pushing hard, saying, well, maybe we can get him to do it, and he didn't even budge.
Ah, Sweet Cola. Oh.
Oh, you're one of the okay. I knew it did. I knew a guy that did that for several years. Yeah, what is that about? The ones that own the dispensaries and they're like former law enforcement? Are you kidding?
No, serious.
That stuff kills me.
And
Like
yet,
that.
we still have people sitting in prison on possession charges.
Yeah.
It's insane. That's why a lot of Canadians laugh when we talk about the legalization of marijuana in Canada.
Yeah.
It's like, legalized for who?
Exactly.
For all those cops that kept stealing half our stash and smoking it up. The world is right in that regard. Yeah. Yeah.
I think, honestly, Lynx, I think a lot of people do. Even with it being decriminalized in locations, I know several people who do roughly the same thing in the States. Just because either they don't have ready access to it, even with the dispensaries, or they just don't trust the people that are selling it.
Yeah. And the same token, the ones I get a kick out of it. Some of my friends were talking when Canada was saying that it's legal, marijuana was going to become legalized. I'm going, oh, so that will maybe last. The novelty of that will last maybe about 5 years. And then they'll all be back at their local drug dealer, corner drug dealer, saying, hey, bro, let me buy a gram. Because the reason they legalized it, or one of the reasons they state, was so that they can make taxes off of it. Yeah, Mona. I hope that works really well too.
It's what Madman's talking about. Yeah. It becomes its own cartel, is what happens. They just tax it into oblivion. Like Colorado, I think they kept their tax low enough that it's still reasonable to go to the dispensaries, and they made a ton of money off of it. It's not like they're hurting for cash. So I don't know why they keep raising the taxes higher and higher. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, it's like cigarettes here in Canada. Say you go with like Pall Mall as just basically your generic brand that these big corporations push out. On a reserve with tax exemption for cigarettes and gas, that's the only tax exemption we get.
Right.
It's $40 or $45 a carton. In the cities outside of the reserves, it's like 100 and something. Plus the license to sell are prohibited to most people. Yeah. CEO made so much of that money they didn't know what to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right?
You Canadians.
Well, you're in a Canadian stream, bro. Like, I mean, sorry. If you don't like it, it's not my problem.
Canada, it's like a whole other country.
Oh my god. I hope you're joking.
Syrup and hockey? Do they have a lot of syrup?
Yeah, Canada has a lot of syrup and hockey.
Okay. I knew you had a lot of hockey. Yeah.
syrup is like right up there. It's like the maple leaf, syrup, hockey, all in the same category, and that's like the top Canadian thing. Yeah, kind of a northern thing, yeah. Like a whole other country. Maple leaf on the flag, yeah. Although,
I know there's a maple leaf on the flag, but you know, let's face it, there are some flags that have stuff on it that doesn't actually accurately represent the country. So you never know.
hey, Frezzo. That's my other mod, Frezzo. He's like totally cool.
Hey, what's up? Now, as I understand it, what should actually be on the flag is ketchup potato chips. This is what I'm told.
Yeah, what?
Don't y'all have ketchup flavored potato chips?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
What is that? That is bizarre. We do not have that in the U.S. That is not a thing that we do.
Yeah, well, we also have poutine, which is like fries, gravy, and cheese all over it.
Poutine is hilarious. There's a restaurant in the town where I live that has poutine on the menu, and I like every time I take someone new there, I make them order it. Like, you gotta see this. It's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Madman says he can get ketchup and all dressed in Illinois. Did I get that right? Illinois? And no, Feather, you are not the least favorite of the mods. You are the top head mod in the channel. Like, quit playing.
How do you have ketchup potato chips in Illinois? No, everyone else I talk to cannot find this stuff for love or that you have in Illinois.
It's probably
it's Chicago. I'm blaming Chicago. Chicago's weird. It's fine.
So, for those of you just coming here, in case you don't know who this fine indigenous person is, this is Two Rabbit, or Twin Rabbit, one of the very impressive YouTube streamers, and I'm not sure, do you do any Twitch streaming?
I have done some Twitch streaming. I'm just getting into it. And actually what my focus is going to be for my Twitch stream is indigenous focused games, because I don't see very many of those and they're really hard to find. So I'm going to try and play a few of those at least once or twice a week, so that people can see that there is an indigenous developer community. It's small, but it does exist. I'm probably going to talk about some politics, not much, but a little bit. So I'm thinking the way my schedule will play out, I'll probably stream once or twice a week.
Yeah, Lynx is, I'm still new to all of this, so I have some things I gotta learn. And thankfully I have such great, awesome mods that help me to learn and work with me through this and teach me and guide me. What can I say? I just love, it just takes time and precision, yeah.
It really does. Especially sound filters. Even video filters are less irritating than sound filters.
Sorry. I gotta say,
what do you use to stream with? Do you use OBS?
No, I actually use the Twitch Studio Beta.
Okay.
I tried Streamlabs. I tried Steam OBS. And it completely shut down my computer.
Oh, okay.
Like
It
literally.
Yeah, it can be a lot of a memory hog.
Yeah. So when did you start streaming, Sue? I'd say about 2 months ago. Isn't that right? Radical? Correct me if I'm wrong. Links. You need a new computer. Yes, I do.
Don't
Yes, I
we
do,
all?
Nemesis.
What is my Twitch channel? I can't remember right now. See if I can get it.
Yeah, I started around 2 months ago, but it wasn't like an everyday thing. It was like maybe once or twice a week. But yeah, more constant in the past 3 weeks or so, yeah. I'm getting there. So one of the first guests on my channel that I just had to do is right here. This awesome gentleman or human being, Twin Rabbit. I could not bring anyone on before I brought this man on.
Wait, I'm your first guest?
Yes. I mean,
I didn't know that.
I've shown when I've like sat there and like talked with others or whatever on their channel, I've shown it on mine, but I've always been on their channel and their Discord.
Okay.
You're my very first that is wholly completely on my channel and my Discord.
Because yeah, I saw you on Proudly Radical.
Yeah.
We live in a society.
Okay. Good night, Madman. Thanks for popping by. And please respect and listen to my mods. Thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, man. Seriously, you are my very first actual guest on my channel.
Well, very cool.
I couldn't have anyone else.
Oh, you use OBS for work, Elizabeth? See, I don't mind OBS. I like Labs a little better, but I ended up getting more familiar with OBS because that was what I used a lot of capture for the videos that I do. So it's just, I think it's familiarity more than anything. Also a big memory hog.
Yeah, I have like over a 10-year-old computer that was put together as a poor man or poor person's donation computer.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Hey, charity's better than nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. OBS was the latest out of all I tested. Oh, jeez.
It was a moment. Is it? I hadn't played around with stream elements. May have to look into that now. I'm having problems right now because I like to caption my videos, and the only caption that they have is it requires Chrome, and Chrome absolutely drains my memory completely. So if you have Chrome running and OBS at the same time, it's a slideshow.
Yep. Yeah, I think we get different things up here in Canada links than the States has a little more extras than what we get. I don't know why, but although I probably should come up with a few guesses, but you know, I don't want to pull out the tinfoil hat yet.
Right. Oh, Fresno, if you had captions and it wasn't on Chrome, please let me know how you did that. Oh, damn. Okay. I know there's, what is it, Vivaldi? I think it's Vivaldi, is like Chrome adjacent, and it can run most of the extensions, but I hate downloading 500 different browsers so that I can experiment with them. Disability is not well respected on these platforms, and it really frustrates me.
Yeah.
Well, like YouTube, I caption all my videos because the auto captioner is crap. And they did an update to the way that you insert captions into your videos, and it's now even harder to line up the timing so that it matches when someone is actually talking. I don't know how they did it, but they made it worse. It was already not great. So I know that what's going to happen is there's going to be even more creators who just don't want to do it, so they're not going to bother.
Yeah.
And accessibility is a thing. You know, there's too many members of the community who they need support, and it should be easy to do. Like captioning, it's the words that you're saying. It should not take me 9 hours to caption a 20-minute video. There's no reason for that.
True. Number of ways to do it without Chrome.
Hey, if you've got a really good one, then hit me. I would love to know. Because I mean doing continuous caption, like while I'm streaming. So if there's a way to like have that as something that's an extension on OBS, whatever, that's cool. I don't mind. Web captioner. Oh. So that's not great.
No. We want free.
Free is good.
Yeah. This is native people now. We don't have credit rating where we can just like, you know, use your credit card and swipe and go, yay!
We ain't got no money. What do you think? We're tribal government?
Exactly, right?
I'm not on the council.
Shit. I was on the council, man.
Right?
Well, now you know what we're talking about too, don't you? Come on now.
Is that a woke because you don't want to get into it? I totally understand.
That's a whole other bag of worms.
Right? Yeah. Political natives intrigue me. Like, I don't know anyone who is directly on council. I have a couple of friends who, like, they have family members that are on council, and they are the most bitter. I'm like, if being on council just makes you hate anything to do with council, then that's a bad sign.
Yep. But that's the framework that was forced on us.
Yeah.
Governed, run, oversaw, and controlled by either the Canadian or the U.S. government. It has nothing to do with our actual way of life or governance.
I was watching a video of, I think it was some Yankton, and the dude was growing hemp because it's traditional, and they tried to bring it. The federal government tried to come in and stop him, and this was on news footage because he'd called the police. So there was a sheriff, there was the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and the drug enforcement agency, and all three of them were there, and he was talking to all three of them, it was a heated conversation, but it wasn't bad. And then the Bureau of Indian Affairs showed up, and at that point he refused to speak at all. Like, as soon as the BIA showed up, he's like, nope, I'm done. I will not deal with these people. I will deal with the freaking FBI before I will deal with the BIA. I'm like, that probably the best illustration of what a crap system the entire Indian government structure is from the federal standpoint.
Yeah.
I was watching Fox News in the morning.
That is what I feel for you.
Is there a story to that? I try not to ever watch Fox News. I find it makes my life simpler. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. I'll look into that. Hopefully it works.
No, you don't want to do that to him yet. Not yet, Prezzo.
Alex Jones, folks, Jesus Christ. Oh. My favorite story out of all the voter protests, because I don't know how much of this news y'all are getting up in Canada, but it wasn't just that they were having trouble counting the votes. Like, people showed up to scream at the buildings where they were counting the votes.
Yeah.
And Alex Jones showed up to one of the protests. So there's him and his little group of followers, and they're chanting about how, this count is illegal and this is all a fraud and all that. One of the other protesters, who was also protesting the count, started screaming, "Make Alex Jones leave, he's making us all look like idiots."
You know it's bad when?
Exactly. When even the wacky rednecks are like, that guy is too crazy. Not even.
I gotta laugh on that one. See, now, that would be the kind of person that I would put up for vote to be kicked off of Turtle Island.
Right?
Tale of Two Rabbits. Though if you want to get guests' voices captioned, it requires a super janky virtual audio cable workaround.
Oh no, it's one of those. Okay. Yeah, I have dealt with that a couple of times, and it's a pain, and it sucks up even more memory, which my poor little laptop does not have a lot of.
I feel ya. I feel ya.
As soon as that cooling fan kicks on, I'm like, oh crap, what did I do?
I don't understand how, I understand, but it baffles me when I'm watching someone and they have like 8 screens, and I'm like going, I just have my little one.
Yeah, that's launch control, and I'm cool with people who are able to do that, but that is not my world.
Yeah.
Like, I have some friends who are hardcore techies, like Proudly Radical's Rig, because he, when he and when he and Vixen got into that competition, what was that, yesterday?
Yeah.
Going on about how much processors they have and all that. Like, I have friends who could go toe-to-toe with that, and they're really proud of their whole setup, and I'm like, why do you need all this information? Oh, well, this is telling me how many... No, I don't need to know what it tells you. It's already too much.
Exactly.
I'm a simple boy. Battle Station. That's a good one.
And I mean, it's kind of crazy because what would cost you in the States like 100 to 200 bucks, it costs us like 500 to 600 bucks.
For the computers?
For parts of the computer or whatever. A computer in Canada, even a relatively okay one, is like over $2,000.
Holy.
And that's if you build it yourself.
That is too much.
Yet in the States, it's like a couple $100, maybe 1,000 at most. Yeah. Link's laptop was 1,300.
Jeez.
For a laptop. Pretty good gaming rate. Yeah. And the prices vary depending upon what you're using it for. So if it's a gaming computer, the price goes up. Including warranty and hard drive in that price. Might be including warranty and hard drive in that price. Maybe. Still though, that's a hefty chunk of coin.
Yeah, I think my laptop was $500. I think.
Prime example.
I mean, it's on sale. I'm not gonna lie, but because I buy cheap. But it does what I need most of the time.
Indigenous people know where to find the good deals.
That's right. Make do.
That's right. It's a multi-year, mid-tier device. Wow.
Oh, I did want to say, because Lynx, you brought up that you've been sharing around my video. Thank you very kindly for doing that. I had already told Sue earlier that video was... I don't know who first found it. I couldn't really nail down who the first person who's like... I think it might have been a Twitter share, maybe. But that video, I actually posted it in like the middle of last year, and it had, I think, something like 300 views on it. And then right around the middle of this year, it just took off. So I don't know who did it, but it has been quite popular lately, and I'm really hoping, that seems to be affecting a lot of people's take on like the founding fathers of anarchy and communism and such. And what I'm really hoping is that'll spur on others to do content of their own. I really want more indigenous anarchists and more indigenous, not necessarily, it doesn't even have to be communists or anarchists specifically, but more indigenous lefties getting visible. So I'm really hoping that's what, I hope that's what this is like signaling, is that's going to start happening.
Hopefully. Excuse me. Sorry.
Well, and I've been getting comments on the video from people who had accounts for quite a while, and their videos will have like 20 views, 30 views. So I've started linking them all, like in my Twitter, because they've had stuff much longer than even I've had. They're not getting a lot of traffic. Like, I just saw today, I think, maybe yesterday, a kid who commented on my page, and he's been up for 2 or 3 years now, and he talks about like black anarchism, and he has, I think, 400, 500 subs. That's it. I'm like, how is this not getting more traffic? So yeah, I've been pointing more people in that direction. Yeah, that is such a weird conversation to have. Like, well, we're lefties, so we can't possibly be racist. Oh my god. Okay. Let's back this truck up a little bit. First of all, have you noticed you only ever quote white people? Have you caught that? Because I noticed.
Links wants you to share any links you come across with her.
Have I contacted Lord Oculon? Yeah, I sent him an email. I could not tell you when. I don't know. I know he gets a lot of traffic, and especially now that he's got a great deal bigger audience, because he really took off after YouTube banned one of his videos. They just knocked it off. And so a bunch of other much larger YouTube celebrities started passing around mirrors of that video because it had been knocked out by YouTube, and there was no content in it that was wrong. It got reported, so they banned it. So he got a really big boost like a couple of months ago, and I sent him an email before that, but I have no idea if it's even his kettle of fish. I don't know. So it may not be something he wanted to watch. Couldn't say. Yeah, the Surf started it because he'd done a video on, I think, the Proud Boys, if I remember correctly, and then I'm sure that it got mass reported from the Proud Boys, but then the Surfs had brought up that this had happened, and it got picked up by, it was either Folding Ideas or Lindsay Ellis. I don't remember who picked it up, but both of them have like 1 million subscribers each. So it got a lot of attention.
Yeah, like I have some of my mods, like Hildy and Lynx and Prezzo, that like literally make lists of all the different streamers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Lynx is like, links for links, please. And she's got her fist up, right?
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, if you come across, you know, some streamers that are like really low on the barrel of the numbers and stuff, and then that way they can just when they do their shout outs and stuff like that, they can just boom, right? Yeah. She does add them to her subs. Boost mutual aid. Yeah.
Oh yeah, always mutual aid. That's the, like, I think all of my videos end with either like a literature recommendation or other streamers and other YouTube video creators. Creators, that's the word I couldn't think of. Because absolutely.
Content. Rubs hands. My one mod, Hildy, I know for sure, makes like literally makes a list for like links to all different leftist streamers. And I know she does for sure. She does, yeah, for shout outs.
Well, let me find the guy real fast. He actually commented on my critical race theory video. He was mad at me because I didn't go into more. But okay, his name is Mabasi, I believe. Mabasei.
And that's for YouTube or Twitch?
That's for YouTube.
Okay.
But yeah, he's the one he's been around for several years now. Like, I think one of them was from 2017, and he still only has 600 subs. And I'm like, this dude deserves more attention.
There you go, Lynx.
Did you? Good. I was really hoping that, because I know the CRT video is pretty long, and I was really hoping people would follow it to the point where I said, here are some other people that I really think deserve a follow. I linked them in the description for the video, but, you know, if you just see a list of links, you don't know why it's there.
So what's your future plans? Anything that we can look forward to?
The next video is probably going to be, because I've had a few people ask about this, when I was finishing out my anthro degree for my master's thesis, I did Caribbean archaeology, and specifically identifying trade networks that existed between the Caribbean and North and South America. And the last person who did the research that I was doing died like 100 years ago, and half of his stuff was crap because it was a white guy from North America.
Yeah.
Of course, it's crap. And like, he had to invent a couple of tribes that don't even exist, because as far as he was concerned, the Caribbean population had to originate from this one tribe, and he couldn't find them. He couldn't find any evidence that they existed. So clearly, they must have been a pre-technology tribe that came into the Caribbean at some nebulous point in the past, and then they got killed off by the people that live there now. So he just invented this tribe out of thin air. And I'm like, I can't find any proof that this exists. This is nonsense. So I'm probably my next video is probably going to be on that, on the trade networks and the archaeology from the region.
Nice. I look forward to that.
Good. Yes, pesky what you should. Yes, the perpetual. Well, and like, Caribbean archaeologists have known this stuff for years. Like, there's scientific journals in like Cuba and in Central America that they've been talking about this, but it's in Spanish and it's not being written by Americans. So therefore, they can't possibly know what they're talking about. So
that ego.
Yeah, they are really proud of themselves.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of content would y'all like to see? And what, like, themes or topics have you heard brought up in some of these circles, but you haven't really seen anyone go up from a more indigenous perspective on them? Because I'm always looking for ideas, or if there's something that you'd like to see discussed in more detail.
Oh, that reminds me, while we're waiting for that. Pleasure or Lynx? Oh, wait. I would like to see an indigenous sexism, feminism perspective.
Ooh. I thought about doing one on Two Spirits, as in the modern Two Spirits. I didn't want to get too far into the history, but I'm still kind of fleshing out the script on that because there's so many different perspectives.
Yeah.
You got a particular myth in mind? Because, you know, there's a lot. I understand. It's a long topic.
Links, in case you weren't aware, although I'm pretty sure you probably are, I don't think Twin Rabbit would have an issue with you PMing him on Discord. You can find him in my Discord.
No, yeah, go ahead and hit me up.
Yeah, if later on you comment on different ideas or something like that that you'd like to see, I don't think he'd have an issue with that.
Yeah, for me, the big myth that I tried to debunk in the video that most people know is obviously the noble savage. So,
Stolen energy, you know, is a core belief of Earl's remedy, flipped and to show indigenous roots. Oh, she wants more stuff like stolen anarchy.
I dig.
That reminds me, Frezzo or Lynx, if you would be so kind as to drop the Discord link to my Discord, please and thank you. If you would be so kind. No, you have to. Yeah, you gotta do it manually. Frezzo.
Oh. You need a bot.
Oh no, I have a bot. Just I don't think because Frezzo's the main man in charge of my bot, the main mod. So I don't think he's quite put it in there yet, or if it's properly working.
Oh, okay.
I think Lynx is on it, so I won't step on her virtual toes. Yeah. So for those of you who are here that aren't in my Discord yet and wish to join it, there's the link. Feel free to join.
Oh, I might do the... You know, I just thought of a good one. A few years ago, I think Native News did a, like, multi-part breakdown of the Bering Land Bridge theory. But there have actually been some further, like especially archaeology, that has even more debunked Bering Land Bridge theory. So I could probably do a video on that. Do you think that would, for your audience, do you think that would be cool? A video on the Bering Land Bridge and how it's total bullshit?
I would love that. And yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that works. That works, Frezzo. Thank you very much, Frezzo. You're awesome. Yeah, I really want something like that. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people. Yeah, I don't know how many people that. Whoa, you guys came over on the Bering Strait. You weren't really here. It's like what?
Well, and the timelines are so messed up. Like, well, you only came over 14,000 years ago. Well, how? There would have been a giant ball of ice there. No one could have come across. What are you talking about? So
Exactly right.
But there have been like coastal digs and such, and there's even been some genetic analysis, and there are populations in South America that trace to Hawaii. There are canoes that are on the west coast that are, 8,000-10,000 years old. So we know they had boats. So this idea that, oh yeah, unless there was this bridge that everyone could walk across, then nobody could get here. And of course, there was no other possible way that it could have happened. Oh, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I
Well-
still shake my head at it.
I know. It's... You know where it came from? This is the stupidest part. That whole land bridge concept. It got popularized by Darwin because he couldn't figure out an explanation for why animals on different continents looked kind of similar and then didn't. So his explanation was, periodically these land bridges appear for no reason, and the animals walk across them, and then they go away. That was the only explanation he could come up with.
Oh my god.
Yes, because Darwin had no imagination. Now everybody has to have come across on a land bridge. Freaking ridiculous.
And now they use that to try and delegitimize our hereditary title to Turtle Island.
And the worst part of that is there were Europeans who had come by boat. They came up north. I mean, you're in
Vikings.
Canada. You know about that story, the Vikings showing up
yeah.
2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knew that this Columbus crap was nonsense, and they still ran with it. Yeah. Well, we've known for a long time that this Bering Land Bridge total crap, and they still go to it.
Yep. Hey, Devil. Welcome in. We're having my first actual guest on my stream, Twin Rabbit. Yeah, this is the awesome YouTube streamer, and now moving over to Twitch. Yay. The one that, what is it? Anarcho? No, wait, sorry. I'll let you introduce yourself, bro.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm primarily an indigenous scholar, so I try to present history and archaeology and anthropology from an indigenous perspective, because I think Europeans have had more than their fair spotlight, and the rest of us deserve a chance. So most of my work focuses on things like video games from an indigenous perspective, the history of anarchy and communism from an indigenous perspective. The latest video that I did was on critical race theory and how it's actually a lot older than a lot of people seem to think. Probably the video right now that I'm proudest of, just because I think it has the most to say about how completely wrong Europe gets most indigenous cultures, is the one that I did on hand talk and indigenous literacy. The idea that we had perfectly viable written and symbolic communication way back before Europeans were, I mean, we had written languages before Europeans figured out, well, before Egypt figured out how to build pyramids. This is old shit. And it just gets erased. Like, nobody talks about it. So that one, the reason I'm proudest of it is because that one took the most amount of work to do, because the documentation is just not there.
Well, yeah, they burnt and erased as much as they possibly could.
Oh, yeah.
Their narrative, right?
Well, and like hand talk, there have been natives who've had to specifically go to communities and find the one person who remembers a couple of signs that were taught to them by their grandmother and try to reconstruct this incredibly complicated language that existed all throughout, especially North America, for thousands of years. And so the idea that like deaf people would have been treated as something outside of the community is like, no, they would have functioned perfectly well in in our communities. They would have been able to keep up with every conversation.
Yep.
So, yeah, I was actually really proud of that video just because it's something that I don't think gets talked about at all. Like, we have a completely different concept of community.
Yeah, well, you know, the European settler idea is that we're savages, uneducated, unintelligent, and if it wasn't for them, we would have died off for sure. Right?
Yeah, they're always saving us. They're so good at it.
We brought them so many things. So awesome.
Plagues, massacres, they brought so many gifts.
Yes. Exactly right.
Radical, I do not claim to be an expert on Polynesia. The very little bit that I do know is that both genetically and archaeologically, at minimum, the populating of Australia can be dated to 50,000 years ago. And so that's like the starting point that I tend to work from. Not because I think that that's a guaranteed starting point. I don't have an idea of when it started. I just use 50,000 years because that's the one that, sadly, that's the one white people will listen to me about. So they've already proven to themselves that Australians are a minimum of 50,000 years old. I'm like, okay, well, they got to Australia, what, you think they just stopped? So that's when I start introducing the idea, hey, maybe they got to Hawaii too. Maybe it goes on from there. And as soon as you've broken their brain on it being more than 20,000 years ago, at that point you can pretty much say anything because they can't argue with you. At that point, like, that's too far back for them to comprehend. Yes, they were quite soft. So yeah, it's not, I don't try to affirm in any of my work that I know for sure this is when Indians showed up, this is when, you know, from this point forward they were indigenous, before that they were, you know, I don't try to do that. What I try to say is, okay, I can prove minimum it goes back 5 times further than you think it does. What else are you wrong about? That's where I try to argue from. Well, and I know from like our standpoint, a few tens of thousands of years doesn't really matter one direction or the other. But when you're talking to people who think that the furthest back you can go is 15,000 years, and then you say, actually, it's closer to 50, that right there, their brain falls out their left ear, and they just stop arguing because they can't. You know, it's like, okay, your timeline is shot, and I can prove that with these pieces of information. From that point forward, okay, now let's talk about actual indigenous populations. Let's talk about the cultures, because you were so sure that you knew, and now you're wrong about all of that. So here's all the other shit you were wrong about while we're talking about things you were wrong about.
Exactly.
Yeah, Clovis. Jesus.
Yeah.
The obsession of an entire century's worth of archaeology. Well, we found this one style of spear point, therefore that is the oldest culture on the planet. Oh, shut up. Oh yeah, minimum. I mean, they got digs in like Texas that go back 40,000 years.
Yep.
And the only thing that they'll do is they'll say, well, we need to double check the dating on that. Okay, which means you can't prove that it's wrong. So let's move forward now. Let's have an actual conversation. Instead of this guaranteed, there's no way they could have gotten here. Let's quit with that crap for a minute.
Well, what was it? They also found bones of dinosaurs here.
Oh yeah, there were tons of them.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, wait a minute. So it stands to reason that there was dinosaurs here. Now in that dinosaur age, you claim over on European continent that there was cavemen. Hey, meat, welcome in. But apparently over here on the western continent, there was nothing. No life form other than just dinosaurs. And they didn't even really want to admit that. It was like, well, they must have came across on the Bering Strait, escaping extinction from the eastern continent.
Meat tray.
Yeah, meat tray. Our resident caveman.
Killing it. Thirst has entered the chat.
Dinosaurs were only prevalent up to 65 million years ago. Yep. I don't think dinosaurs and humans were recognized in mythical exist. Could be wrong.
Well, the dinos versus, because I love the term dinosaur because it covers like everything that isn't a modern animal. So like crocodiles were around during one of the last periods that the dinosaurs were still on the earth, but they don't call them dinosaurs. Those are modern animals. What arbitrary timelines do you all have in your heads for what this thing is called and what that thing is called? It's just a continuum. Let it be a continuum. But I'm weird like that. No, birds absolutely are dinosaurs. You ever dealt with an angry chicken? Birds are dinosaurs.
I like that one. Excuse me, Jesus rode his velociraptor to work and the earth is flat.
Absolutely. 6,000 years old. Yeah, it's like one of the big things that they'll talk about a lot is, and I'm sure everyone in your chat has heard these terms, the Stone Age and the Iron Age and the Bronze Age. They never existed. Like, you'll listen to actual European historians and they'll tell you that the Stone Age happened at a different period in different parts of Europe. Well, then it wasn't an age. That's not a thing. Yeah. If it's not happening at the same time, then you can't use it as a dating method. That's not a thing.
Yep.
Yeah. As soon as I've like broken their brain on the timeline they think they know, then it's much easier to have a conversation about the other.
Yep.
Okay, Juana. Funniest conversation ever. My friend, who is a paleontologist, another friend of mine who's a geologist, and I specialize in archaeology and anthropology. We're having a conversation about geological timelines, and we're talking about like, somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple of 100 million years, talking about, I think we were actually talking about continental drift, but I'm talking about how it affected the archaeology side of it, and the paleontologist is talking about dinosaurs and blah, blah, blah. And of course the geologist is like, this is normal conversation for me. one of the guys at the table was a business major, and he literally could not comprehend what we were saying because he couldn't understand why you would talk about something that far back. And we're like, actually, that's pretty recent. The timelines we're talking about go back a lot further than this. And it blew his mind so much he had to get up and leave the table. He could not understand the concept of going back more than about 20 years. That was as far as his brain could handle. It was the funniest that we were just like, what is going on? Why are you? But yeah, it pretty well demonstrated to me that I don't ever need to be in business. That's not a thing. It's like 20 years? What do you mean you can't go back more than 20 years? That's not even a lifetime. Oh my God. Astrophysics. Okay. No, it's just, okay, so Elizabeth would have been perfectly comfortable with our, because, astrophysics, so on the order of a couple of billion years would be perfectly normal. But yeah, he could not wrap his brain around anything more than a couple of decades. We're like, what are you talking about? That's recent.
Yeah, one of the things that I find I usually bring up when they start talking about different things, and especially when they talk about Turtle Island, I go, well, let me see here. When the Earth was first formed, it was one continent. Then it split up into two separate big continents with little islands here and there and here and there. Actually, four, if you count North and South Pole. And they go, what? Well, you all agree that the Pandora box, the beginning of mankind, started in South Africa, in what you call the Devil's Cradle, where we crawled out of the primordial ooze, and the world started shifting due to the tectonic plates and stuff like that. And they go like, okay, well, yeah. Like, So you're telling me that somehow, out of all of that, only one side of the planet was where human life resided? Nothing else was not on the Western Hemisphere? Existed?
Thank you, Anna. I'm not saying it was alien, but
aliens, yeah.
When in doubt, blame the aliens.
Yeah, that works.
Beginning of the Big Bang.
See, because that's something, whether it's the right or the left, when they start, especially on the left, when they start talking about, like, bringing up some of them, not all, but some, bring up that indigenous people couldn't have possibly have been here that long. We must have came from somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's, I refuse to have the conversation about who is first, because, I mean, what you end up doing, because you're talking to a white guy, and they will spend so much time building up in their head this idea of first, and eventually they have to get back to their Africa thing too. And it's like, okay, that means you were an immigrant to Europe. Yep. So you lose this argument too. So why don't we quit with whether or not anyone is origin and have a conversation like you're talking to a person right now, because that would be great. And
exactly. Sorry.
do you have an alien emote? That would be.
I don't, but I think there's some other streamers that do have alien emotes.
Well, Devil says he's got one. Sorry, I shouldn't. I didn't mean to gender. Devil says they have one.
Yeah.
I was a gamer when I was a teenager, so he, of course, is the default pronoun always, and it's a habit I still have to train myself out of.
Yeah, there's some alien emotes people got running around on some of their streams.
It's because Tucker Carlson is an alien. I am almost certain of this. I think that's why he looks so confused most of the time. He's just baffled by humans. Like, he doesn't understand what people are saying.
You know, I've had some of these conversations where it's like, you run into people that are like, will come onto like, some of the more spicy panels.
Mm-hmm.
And you run into these people that you literally go like, did you skip school? Like from kindergarten, you just skip school?
I kind of wonder. Yeah, I wonder if they get out of school and they just shed, like the all that information just falls back out again. So they're in a whole new world.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Then it's like I'll say like, well, that would be someone that we would probably want to send back over to Europe, and then. Usually it's like we have a few Europeans in there too, and they're all like, hear them say, no, we don't want them either.
You know, we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah.
Keep them. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm just like chuckling, going, see, they don't even want you either, man. It's pretty bad. When your own nationality doesn't even want you from where you originated from.
See, I think we need to get rid of caveman just as a. Caves are amazing. There's all kinds of cool stuff inside of caves.
True.
I think cavemen get a bad rap. I mean, look at all the cave art. Cave art is incredible. Cavemen were cool. Hell, given the choice between hanging out with Tucker Carlson or hanging out with a caveman, I'd probably pick the caveman.
Yeah.
We'd have more in common.
Well, if you look up Lakota creation's story, you will find that it actually states and says that the Lakota Nation came from down in caves, down in the earth, and down in the earth was the spirit world connected to it. And there's a whole story about that too, and how some were brought out before creators said that it was okay to do it, or just okay to go through it. And then when the rest of them that were still there were brought out, and then how Nakomi, the spider, closed the hole, and the creator closed the hole to ensure that you will always remember that this is where you come from,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't go back to it. That's just a short, condensed version.
Yeah.
Otherwise, We'll be here till about 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Right. Yeah, one of our stories is that first man and first woman were taught the right ways by Serpent, who came out of the sea and crawled into a cave, and so they had to go into the cave to learn the right ways. And I'm like, yeah, caves are cool. They're fine. I don't understand why so many people are afraid of caves. I mean, you know, some caves have dangerous things in them, but it's not that many. And usually they smell pretty bad.
Yeah, you can usually tell when a cave has dangerous things in it.
Yeah, the bones are a good giveaway.
Yeah.
Drop bears? Are those like bears that fall on you? That would suck. Giant bear falling on you.
Oh, we actually have a place called Jumping Buffalo Cliff.
Okay.
Where literally you would push a batch of a herd of buffalo into one of them to where the cliff was, and then they'd fall off, and there would be the people down below waiting to cut them up and everything. So
Yeah, we have a couple of leaps down where I am.
yeah.
The Flint Hills, and I still love that they call them hills. They're like 12 feet tall. That's about it. It's like 2 meters, maybe. Some of them, a few of them, as much as 4 meters. So very tall. Yeah. But high enough that if you fall off of it and you're a cow, it's not going to go well. So, yeah, we have a few of those around here, too.
Yeah.
Watch out. Should I be watching out for the drop bears when I'm camping? It's a bump. I will never claim that where I am is particularly not flat. It is extremely flat. One of the jokes that we tell is it doesn't matter if your dog runs away because you can see it for 2 days.
Yeah. We have that joke here too about Saskatchewan. Oh. About the dog running away, you can still see it running away 2 days later. Yeah, because it's so flat.
Yeah, one of the highways in this state is notorious because it is literally just a straight line, and it's also completely flat, and there's hardly any towns around, and yet it's a major highway that goes through the state on the way to places that are interesting. So all of us in the area have driven on this many, many times, and the running joke is you have to bring someone with you because otherwise you'll fall asleep because there's nothing and it's completely flat. They've started to put in some like concentration feedlots, so the smell will keep you awake, but before that it was just you could tie a rock to your steering wheel and just crawl in the back and take a nap.
Nice. So thank you, Meat. That is the actual first clip of my streaming career so far.
You have clips.
That's my first one of my actual stream that was ever taken.
Inaugural clip.
Yeah, the inaugural clip.
Australia's animal population just baffles me, which again, this is one of the reasons I do not claim to be an expert on Australia. But I have a friend who I have lots of friends. I have a friend who does zoology. That was his major in college. And he likes to collect stories of wacky animals and the kinds of creatures that have lived and do live in Australia is baffling. They do actually call this creature the demon duck because apparently at some point in Australia's history they had a bird that was average 300 pounds and carnivorous, but it had a beak, so they call it the demon duck because if you were around it, it probably would try to eat you. I'm pretty sure they don't have that anymore. I'm fairly certain it went extinct. But just the idea that they had carnivorous, gigantic ducks tells me that I don't need to live there.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Oh, Meat, did you find an image of it? Yes, that is the head of a demon duck. They are so weird. Now, to be fair, the Americas had some pretty wacky animals on them too. You know, woolly mammoths and such. Yeah, not a dinosaur at all. Totally not a dinosaur. Entirely dinosaur.
And thank you for the 300 bits, Meat. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
I'm not entirely certain that cassowaries are from this planet. I feel like they arrived at some point in history, some alien race, and so they just tried to blend in with their surroundings, and then they couldn't get the ship to work, so they had to stay. Yeah, cassowaries are so weird. And apparently the way that they the way that they attack is they try to gut you because they have 3 fingers and there's nails on the end of each of the fingers. And so the way they attack is they like leap at you with their feet and try to rip you open. So they're incredibly violent and very dangerous, and on top of that they look like an ostrich that had a very, very bad day.
Gee. Are you leaving me, Meat? You can't leave us yet.
Yes, they'll slay. For those people who care to take care of them, more power to. I am not one of those people.
I mean, if you can manage to somehow get them tamed enough to you so they don't attack you, that actually might be like some pretty good guard dogs.
I would guess. I mean, I'd be afraid that they'd guard me in the house as much as they'd guard anything coming to the house, but...
Well, the only one person that I know of that would have been so brazen to test that theory out was that one Australian guy. The crocodile guy.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, look at this. Cranky.
Sure, Meat. Let me see here. Should be able to, yeah.
Steve Irwin, that was his name.
Yeah. That was like... I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, right?
I'm no good at Australian, and I'm even worse at New Zealander.
I like the one joke about if we took him and put them into an ISIS camp.
I haven't heard that one.
Oh yeah. I forget which comedian did it. But they were talking about when he just recently had passed away, and they were like, if we took him and put him and sent him out against ISIS, and watching them go up and go, oh look, this is the infamous and violent Al-Qaeda. and like literally, look, I'm gonna go up and touch him. Oh, it was kind of like a whole huge, like really funny and weird.
I getcha.
Stream ideas. It doesn't show up in there. Try. Hey, oh wait. Prezzo, you're not on Discord, are you?
Frezzo, come on, you gotta join the Discord. That's where all the cool kids are.
Try memes, selfies, or video shares. Video links should be able to do it too. I'm not sure why some of the stream ideas isn't allowing you to post up, so it actually shows the image, not just the link.
Just showing everybody your business. I can appreciate that, Frezzo.
Yeah, I can appreciate that too, very much so. Seems like it needs a click. Yeah, but if I do that, it's going to take it to Chrome Picture, and it's not going to show up in what we're looking at right now. I know there's a way so that it actually shows like, no, not that one, like that, or like that, or like that. But I defer to Prezzo on those matters. And let me do it proper, sorry, one second. Okay.
Well, it's also possible that Mitre has done this entirely incorrectly and it's all their fault. Never discount that possibility.
True, but I like to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. That's very kind of you.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Me trying to post a link that's supposed to be a picture or show up as a picture, but it's not letting him show the picture, it's just showing up as a link. Yeah, in Discord. In the stream ideas, he put it in. But let's see if it's... Nope, it's still not showing up. It's just a link and it won't show the image.
Mitre said.
There it is. There we go.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, yes. Evil bird. Possibly alien.
Possibly.
I mean, would you have any trouble believing that that was an alien?
I wouldn't have any trouble believing it was an alien. Yeah, I don't know why, Frezzo, like the stream ideas, see the link, it doesn't show the picture. And Hildy put one there too, but I'm not too sure if that's for just be able to show a picture or not.
What is that emote? Is that a bird?
Yeah. Kind of like. Or that looks almost like an ape or a gorilla, like King Kong. Yeah, Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay, I see it. I couldn't make it out with the square. I'm sorry. The image didn't complete in my head. We're manipulating Donkey Kong now. How does Donkey Kong about that?
Yeah.
Consent is a thing,
Is he gonna come after you
right?
for copyright?
He's very aggressive. I've seen the videos.
Developments of the Penrose previous university theory, maybe. I think that one's for you.
Oh, not I. That's Lisbeth.
Okay.
I am more than willing. I will let the cosmologists have their convo, and I know nothing. I read like one book on the, what do they call it, the probability soup, and I vaguely understood what they were talking about, and past that I'm like, this is something for people who are not me.
Yeah, I feel you. I got like a grade 8 education. And the rest of my education has either been from the streets, jail, and most predominantly for the past over 20 years, traditional Dakota Sioux spiritual way of life.
Hey, that works. Oh, definitely wanna. I support STEM in all of its derivations. I'm also a big proponent of the arts as well, so I prefer to say STEAM. But yeah, I was curious about, you know, probabilities and atomic theory and all that for a while. I recognized my limitations, and that one was one of them. I'm like, I understand Schrodinger's cat, and I didn't really need to know more past that.
And okay, Frezzo, thank you. You're awesome, brah. Yeah. But I
You know,
used to be able.
I do know cyclical universe. I know that one. So I could probably nod along while the two discussed interesting things that I vaguely understood, but that would be about it. Oh, Sue.
Yes.
Do you also have a sacred serpent story?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because a lot of the communities around my tribe have sacred serpent as well, and it's really big in Central America, of course. But I never know quite how far north it goes.
Yeah, we have one that's like right close by Bear Butte Sacred Mountain.
Okay.
In South Dakota. Just
were
north
they
of Sturgis.
Were they a teacher or just powerful or what?
Extremely powerful.
Okay.
One is like, this is something to be discussed with extremely good cigar. So
maybe a bit of bourbon. Well, I actually need to get ready to go to bed.
Okay,
This has been very cool. I'm glad I was your first guest. It was really interesting.
I am extremely honored and grateful that you came and hung out with us, shared with us, talked with us.
Absolutely. And for those of you who might have come in late, I don't know if everyone heard this. If there is Indigenous related or even Indigenous adjacent content that you are interested in seeing more of on the YouTubes, then by all means, DM me on Discord. You can also message me on Twitch. And hold on, let me get a link from my Twitter. I have a fairly public-facing Twitter, so it's not a problem if you message me there either. Just gotta make sure that I can find the darn thing. Yeah, send me any suggestions that you might have for things you want to know more about. Topic. There you go. That is my Twitter. Tales on the YouTube, yes. The username is Twin Rabbit. And I think I put a link in earlier, but let me double check. There you go. This one's my channel link.
Yeah, bro, it was like extremely awesome to have you on. I'm truly grateful that you did finally manage to be able to come on tonight.
Absolutely. Oh, the two Twitters. Yeah, it's been such a pain because my name actually translates in English as Two Rabbit, which is a specific thing in my culture anyway. But I don't know why rabbits are really popular as usernames, and references to rabbits are really popular as username. I didn't realize this. It wasn't something I knew about. So I just tried to use my name, and I've ended up having to use all of these different variations on all the platforms because I can't use Two Rabbit. So I'm Twin Rabbit on YouTube, and I'm Rabbit Thoughts on Twitter, and I'm Tale of Two Rabbit on Twitch because apparently Twin and Two Rabbit were taken. So
you have a couple people out there trying to be you.
Yeah, well, and I'm assuming it's because rabbits are cute, and so that's a common thing, and people like them, but
yeah, there's like a whole thing for that on rabbits.
Yeah, rabbits. I know rabbits are very popular as a animal. I didn't expect that like Two Rabbit or Twin Rabbit would be popular, but apparently it is. I assume because rabbit was taken, and so people just kept coming up with more and more creative variation.
That works. Works so perfectly fine. I'm just glad, extremely glad, and really honored that I finally actually got to meet you a few days ago when we first met. And to have you on my stream is like extremely awesome.
Rabbit logo in memes. Oh, but what does it mean? Two Rabbit is a specific. It's not really fair to say like God, but Two Rabbit is a spirit that is connected to storytelling and mischief, but is also the spirit who taught in Central America. It's the spirit that taught people how to brew beer and a couple of other fermented drinks, and his relative is the one who actually keeps us in touch with the ancestors. So, like, ideally, Two Rabbit is the spirit of both good and bad, because alcohol can be fun, but it can also be dangerous. That's the implication in his name. But the reason that I got the name was because one of my elders said that talking to me was like talking to two rabbits who were running in different directions. So that's how I got the name originally.
Yeah, Lynx, this is really him. That's really him. Yes, it is him.
Oh, Lynx, did you not know which one I was? I'm sorry. I should introduce myself, like, at intervals. Yeah, I'm the Stolen Anarchy guy.
Oh, okay. She was being silly.
Oh, okay. That's cool then. But yeah, it was very nice meeting all of you as well. Some of you I've met in other chats, but for those that this is the first time, it was very cool talking to all of you.
It's been an honor, my friend. I will definitely, hopefully, be able to maybe get you back in again sometime, if you're down.
Yeah, I got no problem hanging out. My schedule is not really predictable right now, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out for when you're on.
Yeah, and then also we have the Indigenous Council on Twitch idea that we're presently working on. So
yeah, Della talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see where that could go.
Well, I think for most of us, I think Indigenous people, we're so under, how do I put it? We're so underrepresented in like most things.
Right.
So if the left are going to use ideas and ideologies that comes from our way of life, then we're better to learn it from us, right?
Agreed.
So
yes.
So that's what we're basically looking at trying to do, right?
Okay.
Show how, show how we do things, how we have councils and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And then, get into all different kinds of topics and conversations and whatnot.
Are you going to set up a Discord for that too?
No, I'm not too sure. Well, Silver Spook and me were discussing the concept.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to conversate again with Silver Spook.
Okay.
And see where we want to process on it. There's also a good sister Universal Discourse.
That was Della brought up that name too, and I've had a couple of other people. I feel like I've seen her channel. I feel
Most
like
likely. If not, Lakes, would you please give a shout out to both Silver Spook and Universal Discord, please? If you could kindly, please. There's Universal Discord.
Yeah, let me have a look at that. Apparently not. Okay, I have not watched theirs yet. Well, I need to do that.
And then I'm pretty sure you did with Silver Spook, right?
Yeah, I have seen Silver Spook before. I haven't. I think I just lurked for a while. I don't think I talked or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure they were playing a game at the time.
Mm-hmm. That might have been when they were introducing his Neofeud game.
Probably was, because I've seen clips of that game, and it reminded me of the game that they were playing. Probably.
Yeah. That's pretty much what he. His background image flashing is that game, and then he'll play it from time to time. But then a lot of the times he'll do like, talking about indigenous issues, things going on, things that are affecting Hawaii and stuff like that.
Yeah, and because I'd said I'd been on a field school there, it was kind of amazing to see how incredibly active the Indigenous Pride community is in Hawaii. It was really heartening to see.
Yeah.
They are very vocal and very aggressive, and it was kind of nice.
Yeah. I mean, compared to North America over here, where it's not so much. And then, I mean, it wasn't all that long ago where there was some really shitty shit going on.
Yeah.
Not that it hasn't completely stopped yet either, but...
But yeah, keep me in the loop on that. I'm intrigued.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't, because, like, literally, like I said, man, it's an absolute honor to finally meet you and to actually, have you on my stream and have this conversation and stuff. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it was very cool hanging out. And like I said, it was good talking to everybody in chat, and shout out to all the people who left. Not that I think they left for any reason other than like sleep or anything. But yeah, I have no problem doing this again.
Watch.
And
check this.
I'm assuming you're going to pop into Proudly Radical's page occasionally.
Oh yeah. I usually go there most nights around this time. Oh, thank you for the 300 bits, meat. Sweet.
Look at you getting all the bits.
I know. Well, that helps me tremendously. You have no idea how much that actually does help me. But in some great listening. Yeah.
Good one. I try to be, if nothing else, at least a little entertaining.
Oh, you've been way more than just a little entertaining.
But I hope everyone has a good night and or morning, depending on time zone. And Lisbeth, I hope you had a very nice yesterday.
Watch Twin. Give it 2 days and check on this video.
Okay.
On my view thing. And see how many views it gets.
Okay.
Watch. I mean, it's been pretty late at night, so there's a lot of the people that are like sleeping and stuff like that. So, but you'll see. It's good to see indigenous people on the platform. Oh, Itakiwa Sin Kola.
Aho.
Ilama.
Well, with that, I am going to log out and start coffee for the morning. So, hope you have a good rest of your stream, Sue.
All right, thank you very much, bro. We'll see you later, and you have yourself a good sleep.
Indeed. Bye.
Bye. So, that was a very awesome relation. Oh, I should change this now. There we go. There we go. Awesome. 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 I have to say, I am overjoyed that our guest came. And hung out with us and talked with us. And it's awesome. Yeah, Lynx, if you wouldn't mind giving me a shout out to Proudly Radical for Elizabeth, that would be awesome, please. And thank you. I'm like super overjoyed right now. I don't even think I'd be able to get to sleep. This is totally cool. Oh. There we go. So what did you all think? Did you guys enjoy this content today? This evening, this morning? When do you sleep? I hope you all have enjoyed it. It's been an honor to be able to share with you and bring this content to you all. Well, that's the general use of words. There were a lot of great topics. Yes. So, I am going to end my stream pretty quick, but I'm going to rate Proudly Radical. So, all of you that are still here, please feel free to stay and join in for the raid. Spellatail told us shit, told Rachel. Final shield for me this morning, because it's like almost 5 a.m. here where I am. If you've enjoyed this content and you want to see more of it and maybe help out the channel to grow and become better, always throw a follow. Follows are free if you're not following yet. Feel free to subscribe. More bits are always welcome. Not necessary. It's not mandatory. But it's always welcome and appreciated very much. I will continue to keep working on bringing more moments like this where I have people come on and we do segments like this, as well as my normal my normal ones that I do, so to speak, normal. So yeah, man, grateful and honored for all of you that stayed and hung out with me today, or this morning, or this evening. It's been a great honor. I truly appreciate it. I love you guys very much, and remember, most and first and foremost, do take good care of yourself, especially during this pandemic. We really need to make sure that we do take care of ourselves really well, so that we're all still here for the future. And hopefully the joys and the blessings and a better life that we're all working hard to achieve. So with that, I'm going to say Mitakiwasin Pilamayero. And let us start working on everybody, please take the time to join the raid. Thank you very much. Love you all very much. And we shall see you next time. Till then, stay strong, warrior on, fight the good fight. Much love and respect.
Hey, Sue. I'm glad you didn't have to witness that.